be flexible? How do we teach our students to be flexible, to immediately react appropriately to the changing circumstances? I think in future, any amount of content that you teach them is not going to be sufficient unless you teach them how to adapt to the changing environment, how to adapt to the technology that is empowering our lives, and then only can we have the citizens who will be contributors in nation building. Once again, I thank all of you for coming here in large numbers, and I look forward to having interaction with you in these next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the context of this 2-day national workshop. और अब मेरा निवेदन है माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री सुकांत मजूमदार जी से। माननीय मंत्री जी, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च यूनिवर्सिटी मेरू अंडर PM-USHA पर शिक्षा मंत्रालय भारत सरकार द्वारा आयोजित 2 दिवसीय नेशनल वर्कशॉप पर अपने विचार रखेंगे। यहाँ उपस्थित विद्वान जनों को इस विशेष कार्यशाला के उद्देश्यों, लक्ष्यों से अवगत कराएंगे, साथ ही साथ मिशन और विजन के बारे में भी चर्चा करेंगे। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Namaskar, a very good morning to all of you. First, let me greet all of you on the auspicious occasion of Akshay Tritiya. And this day in Indian culture is considered as one of the auspicious special day. And this collaboration, because I have been informed by the officials of my ministry, the first time in the history of Indian education system, we are consulting together both the central ministry, that is the Central Education Ministry, and the state universities Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor. So this, I believe this collaboration will become Akshay, so indestructible, and it will continue for the near future also. So today we have Sri Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary Higher Education, Government of India on the dais. We have Sri Sunil Varnwal ji, Additional Secretary Higher Education, Government of India. Professor T.G. Sitaraman ji, responsible person for all the engineering colleges, that is the AICTE. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairperson of NETF. Armstrong Pameji, Joint Secretary Higher Education, Government of India. And Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, the former Chairman UGC, Government of India. And obviously in front of mine, the main pillars of Indian higher education system, that is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the universities and the other dignitaries present here, ladies and gentlemen. And as you know, mentioned by our earlier speaker, that everybody, we are inspired with the vision of Viksit Bharat that has been, given by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. And I think under his dynamic leadership, our Union Minister, the dynamic leadership of our Union Minister Sri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, we gather here today with a renewed purpose to transform our nation through education. And education is the only thing which can transform a nation from developing to the developed nation. That is the target of the target given by our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. The National Education Policy, that is NEP 2020, is a landmark step towards realizing the Honorable Prime Minister's vision to position India as a global education superpower. NEP 2020 is not merely a reform but a mission to empower our youth, modernize our institution, and blend India's ancient wisdom with the modern innovation. Today, I am honored to be here to discuss the transformative vision of India's National Education Policy, NEP 2020, which envisions a comprehensive and forward-thinking education system for the country. The policy represents a major shift in the way we approach education, aligning with the needs of the 21st century while remaining deeply rooted in India's rich cultural heritage. NEP 2020 aims to create an education system that is inclusive, flexible, and multidisciplinary, offering the best of both traditional values and modern global standards. Today, this national workshop is being held for the first time with the state-funded university who will play a major role in the execution of NEP 2020. These universities have been selected from all across the country to showcase the implementation framework and make it an example for others to follow. NEP 2020 is based on 5 pillars, as you know: access, equity, quality, affordability, and accessibility. It promotes holistic education, moving away from rigid disciplinary boundaries and offering flexible curriculum and multiple entry and exit options for the students. Through focused efforts on research and innovation and international collaboration, NEP 2020 aims to equip Indian students with the skill and knowledge needed to meet the global challenges. In response to the needs outlined in NEP 2020, the third phase of Rashtriya Uchchatara Shiksha Abhiyan, that is RUSHA, has been revamped and relaunched as Pradhan Mantri Uchchatara Shiksha Abhiyan, that is PM-USHA. PM-USHA, an initiative like Swayam, Samarth, and Sathi are designed to align with this objective, ensuring quality, equity, and industry relevance. With over 64 vice-chancellors of 64 different universities, along with state officials represented by the state project directors of higher education, I am sure that this national workshop will provide all essential guidance on how best to implement various elements of NEP in collaboration with the central and state government funding. For 35 universities, the ministry is providing 100 crores each for implementation of 44 mandatory activities under multidisciplinary education and research university component, that is MERU. Some of these components include setting up research and development cell, courses in Indian languages, smart classroom, computer laboratories, infrastructure revamp like academic blocks, hostel, toilet facilities for students, especially for women, transgender, etc. This is being funded through the collaboration with the state governments on sharing basis of 60-40 for all the states except the Northeast, where the state contribution is only 10%. Apart from this, 29 universities who are present here will also get funding as a continuation of the earlier RUSHA scheme, which includes components such as enhancing quality and excellence. For 10 universities, research and innovation and quality improvement component with a financial outlay of 50 crore for each for 19 universities. This workshop will have 13 thematic sessions, for which group of vice chancellors have been formed with a coordinating vice chancellor and a nodal officer from UGC for each group. Each session will feature a presentation by an expert and coordinating vice chancellor of the representative group in the workshop. By the end of this national workshop, I look forward to seeing all these participating universities to be a leader in the implementation of various goals of NEP 2020 and assist other universities to follow it up. Your active participation will be required to set up your institute as a role model institute where the dream of Honorable Prime Minister's, that is the vision to make India a major education destination for the world, shall be realized. Today, you will be happy to know that 2 universities, the universities of Deccan and University of Wollongong, have started their campus at GIFT City, that is situated in Gujarat, and another prestigious institution, the University of Southampton, is opening its campus in Gurgaon very shortly. Additionally, India's growing global academic presence is being recognized worldwide. In the latest QS World University Ranking, a record number of Indian institutions have been featured, with over 45 universities listed, including several making it to the top 200. This is a testament to our rising standard in research, teaching, and global outreach. We look forward to having your university tie up with some of the top universities in the field of research collaboration, student and faculty exchange. With all these initiatives, the ultimate goal of increasing the gross enrollment ratio, that is the GER, in both school and higher education, making India's education system on par with the best of the world shall be achieved. Let us move forward with commitment and collaboration to realize the dream of a Vikshit Bharat by 2047, where every university becomes a hub of innovation, inclusion, and global excellence. Together, through the NEP 2020, we can lay the foundation of an India that leads the world in knowledge, character, and progress. The dream of our Honorable Prime Minister should be the dream of every Indian. If I quote the Honorable Prime Minister, Vikshit Bharat का सपना हर भारतीय का संकल्प बनना चाहिए. We may differ with our Honorable Prime Minister in political alignment, but we should work together to achieve this goal by 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। भारत में हायर एजुकेशन को ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड का बनाने के लिए वर्तमान नेतृत्व की दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता हमें लक्ष्य की ओर लेकर जाएगी। हायर एजुकेशन को उच्चतर बनाने के लिए और बेहतर बनाने के लिए मंत्रालय की तरफ से हर वो प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं जिनकी आवश्यकता है। और अब मैं डायस पर बुलाना चाहूँगा जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हायर एजुकेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, श्री आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग पामे सर को। सर, आप हमारे अतिथियों, वक्ताओं और उपस्थित विद्वान जनों को धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करें।
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to express sincerest thanks to our Honorable MOS sir. Despite your earlier commitment to other works, you have kindly agreed to come for this program, knowing the importance of this PM-USHA schemes. Yesterday, sir, you asked us, after the release of fund, what is the mechanism? How will we ensure that the funds is utilized in the best possible way? So with the presence of the VCs from 64 universities and many of the state project directors who will be implementing this, sir, I am sure that many of these universities, since they have been selected from all across the country, despite so many applications for getting these funds, I am sure, sir, that they will all give their best in ensuring that this scheme meets the desired goals for which our Honorable Prime Minister has laid down. And so we as an officials will also try our best to ensure that we have a field visit review meeting at a very frequent interval so that these schemes we will be able to achieve this timely manner. I thank the Secretary, sir, and AS, sir, for these initiatives, giving so much importance to the state universities. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the first instances where the state universities are particularly called for such a sessions before the release of any major funds. And as we progress for the next 2 days, I request all the participants to give your best, because as said by the earlier speakers, we have laid down we have called the best of the speakers possible, including Professor Jagdish ji, who just, despite giving a very short notice, he agreed to come and speak to us. Professor Sastry ji, who agreed to come to us at a very short notice. And thank you once again, and I look forward to a very successful 2 days workshop. Thank you.
Our sincere thanks to you, sir, for your kind words in the vote of thanks. We will now take a short tea break. Esteemed guests, please join us for refreshments. Kindly return to your seats in 10 minutes as the session will promptly resume at 11 a.m. Thank you. Be based on holistic education through integration of skilling and industry connect. It is very important and the need of our to supply the manpower to the market. And the fourth session will be on employability through apprenticeship and internship, future of work and courses in emerging areas. The fifth session will be on digital initiative, Swayam, Swayam Plus, Sathi, Apar, and artificial intelligence. And the sixth session of the day, and that will be last session of the day, e-governance, will be on Samarth. I request you to kindly take your seat as we are going to start the first session. To commence the first session, I respectfully invite Colonel Vipin Kaushal, Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, and moderator of the session to kindly join us on the dais. This session will focus on UGC regulations for NEP implementation status and challenges. The group presentation will be delivered by Professor G.P. Rajashekhar, Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Andhra Pradesh. The expert remarks will be provided by Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, former UGC chairman. Over to you, Colonel Vipin Kaushal, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll request all the guests to kindly settle down, please, so that we can start with this session. A very good morning to all the distinguished officers and guests present today in this august gathering. I'm here to start with the first session of the day on UGC regulations for NEP implementation, status and challenges. I would first like to introduce the guest speaker on the subject, and who better than Professor M. Jagdish Kumar, former chairman UGC, to speak on this subject. Professor M. Jagdish Kumar obtained his MS and PhD degrees from the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras. He did his postdoctoral research at the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, University of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. He has served as the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, from January 2016 to February 22. He has worked in the area of electronic devices, nanoscale device modeling and simulation, innovative device design, and power semiconductor devices. He has been awarded the 29th IETE Ramlal Wadhwa Gold Medal for distinguished contribution to the semiconductor device design and modeling field. He has also received the first ever ISA VSI Technomentor Award from the Indian Electronics and Semiconductor Association to recognize a distinguished Indian academician and researcher for playing a significant role as mentor and researcher. He is also the recipient of the 2008 IBM Faculty Award for Professional Achievements. Professor Jagdish Ji has recently superannuated as Honorable Chairman UGC, where he was completely involved in the implementation of NEP in the higher educational institutes across the nation. I would now request Professor Kumar sir to address the gathering and share his thoughts on this subject, please.
Good morning, colleagues. I have known you during last few years. I have met you on several occasions. I feel quite comfortable seeing you all in this meeting today. Today's meeting is a very important meeting, and I'm glad that you have decided this meeting to be very important. You made a decision to be part of this important meeting. I would like to thank all of you for this. You know, when we talk about NEP 2020, several thoughts come in our mind. Just to set the ball rolling as a precursor to the discussions that are going to happen today and tomorrow, I would like to share a few thoughts with you. And when I look at you and ask myself, who am I addressing? It's very clear in my mind that I am talking to colleagues who have long experience in academics and who are deeply committed to transform the institutions they are heading. And that's the reason why I feel very happy to share some thoughts with you. when we talk about NEP 2020, there are different perspectives that we need to look at. The student perspective, the faculty perspective, the institutional and governance perspective, and finally, the societal and the national perspective. While NEP has different perspectives, it also operates at two different levels. One level is the structural reforms that we are bringing in through various regulations, frameworks. And the other level, which is actually the foundational level of NEP 2020, is the spirit behind NEP 2020. When I say spirit, which is the foundation of NEP 2020, we are talking about transforming our education system in India from an Indian perspective, based on Indian ethos, Indian culture, Indian civilization. And the heart of all this is inclusivity and equity, so that students, irrespective of from which social or economic backgrounds, from whichever background they come from, they have full access to high quality education. So therefore, I would like to briefly speak on few things. One, the philosophical and structural underpinnings of NEP 2020 and what is being done currently in terms of the implementation, and what are the challenges, and how we can convert those challenges into opportunities. So let me look at the philosophical aspect of what is happening in the implementation of NEP 2020. During last few years, thanks to NEP 2020, you might have seen how one of the biggest regulators in the country, UGC, has transformed itself from being a regulator to a facilitator. UGC has been working with you hand in hand to make sure that you are given full autonomy and freedom in implementing various reforms that are emanating from the NEP 2020. Light but tight is the mantra of NEP 2020, and we have fully imbibed that spirit while interacting and implementing, interacting with you and implementing NEP 2020. One of the things that we have been emphasizing and re-emphasizing with all of you is we had to move from this fragmented learning to multidisciplinary learning. This fragmentation is so high in our education system. We have built such high walls around the disciplines that it is even difficult to peep from one discipline to the other discipline. We have made life so difficult for our students. And we want to break these walls of obstruction that are there between the disciplines and introduce multidisciplinarity. And that's the reason why we are talking about multidisciplinary education and the research university concept. But I'll dwell on that a little later. So we need to move from this fragmentation to multidisciplinarity. And then we also had to move from uniformity to diversity. Our country is so large, the aspirations of our students are so large, our students have different financial and cognitive diversities, therefore one fits all will not work. We must design our education in such a way that our students can choose and they have the freedom to choose. And then there is a diversity of programs and courses that are available for the students to choose from. And this is something that we have been emphasizing with all the universities, create that flexibility in the educational system so that we can personalize the learning pathways. And that is the best way of creating lifelong learners among our students. And then we need to move away from this bureaucratic compliance and shift our focus to bringing quality in our higher education. Academic quality should be our top priority. And in order to do this, I will give you, because of the lack of time, few examples. Multidisciplinarity, let us look at that first, because that is the main theme of our workshop. And you have been selected after careful consideration, and you are being given funds in order to build this culture of multidisciplinarity and excellence in research in our educational institutions. So when I walked into this hall and I was greeting some of you because I knew and I met you earlier, one of my colleagues asked, "Sir, how can I convince my faculty members that multidisciplinarity is an essential aspect of our higher education today?" Because this is one of the challenges that we find, because our teachers are so much used to these disciplinary boundaries. When we tell them about the multidisciplinarity, it becomes very difficult for them to fathom the importance of multidisciplinarity. Today, everybody talks about AI, artificial intelligence, AI technology. AI technology is not a single technology. AI technology is a combination of multiple technologies. For example, machine learning, computer vision, natural language processing, robotics. These are 4 distinct disciplines. But they started talking to each other, and then out of this talking to each other has emerged this AI technology today. Just to give you an example, during COVID period, on TV discussions you must have seen the predictions about how COVID is going to spread. Now, if you want to develop any model for the prediction of the spread of the COVID, no single disciplinary expert can do that. You need biologists, you need mathematical experts to develop the models, you require social scientists, because only social scientists can tell how certain restrictions that are imposed during COVID are adopted by the society or by the groups of people. It could be lockdown, it could be vaccination, and so on. Only then you can develop a suitable model which can predict accurately how the COVID is going to spread. Today, if you want to find solutions to any major challenge that humanity is facing, we need to assemble multidisciplinary teams to work out these solutions. Now, it is not that we want everybody to become an expert in everything. That is not possible. Even if you are a biologist, you should have the required communication skills, required vocabulary and understanding to communicate your area to a social scientist or a mathematics person. And it applies to all other teams wherever people are working by bringing multidisciplinary units together. But how do you bring in this multidisciplinarity in our higher education? UGC has issued the guidelines in 2022 on how we can bring in multidisciplinarity in our educational system. When we talk about multidisciplinarity, a big monster appears in front of us. And then how do I tackle this monster? But let us break down the concept of multidisciplinarity into small parts first. When we talk about multidisciplinarity, it includes both the learning pathways, which are multidisciplinary, and also at a higher level, the research which has to be done at a multidisciplinary level. So when I say the learning pathways that need to be designed, which are multidisciplinary in nature, we have to start with the students. UGC has already brought out the UG and PG regulations, where we have very clearly mentioned that irrespective of in which subject you have studied in the school, you should be able to join in any discipline at the undergraduate level, provided you demonstrate your competency in that subject, in that new subject. Now, it is for the universities now to fine-tune your admission processes so that you have diverse set of students sitting inside the classroom. It could be physics, it could be economics, it could be psychology. In a psychology class, you may have students who are coming from physics background, social sciences background, or commerce background, but they are all studying psychology. So let us start at the bottom of the pyramid. Let us try to redesign our admission process to bring in students with multidisciplinary interest. We are not mandating everybody that you have to do only multidisciplinary education. Those who would like to specialize in physics or economics, let them do it. But provide a door for the students to use the multidisciplinary approach that is available in our university system. And similarly, we have said that at the PhD level, irrespective of your UG or PG discipline, in whichever discipline you have studied, you should be able to choose a discipline in your PhD. This is the first step in introducing the multidisciplinarity. And then you can also have you also have to design some courses which encourage the teachers to teach together. Like we do in IITs, there are multiple teachers who teach a course. And we come from different disciplines, but we teach in one course. So you need to train your teachers also to introduce this multidisciplinarity. And as you move up, how do you make multidisciplinarity aspirational? You might have seen in November, first week, UGC announced UGC draft guidelines for the minimum qualifications for the appointment of teachers in the universities. And there, we have given several possibilities for the teachers to excel. Not necessarily only publish papers. You can write textbooks in Indian languages. You can promote Indian knowledge systems in your research. You can apply for patents. You can establish startup companies. This is the kind of multidisciplinarity that we need to bring in our university system. Now, why do we have to do this? Let me give you a small number. Out of 4.5 crore students that we have in our country, nearly 92% of the students, a little over 92% of the students, they study in our state universities. That's a huge number. And we have nearly 159,000 startup companies in our country. And 70% of those startup companies come from students who study in tier 2, tier 3 towns and colleges, which indicates that there is a huge talent among the students who are studying in our state universities. Therefore, it becomes our responsibility to bring this transformation in our state universities so that our country can progress. Therefore, friends, you have a huge responsibility by being part of this MERU scheme to transform the educational system in our state universities. Now, for the research ecosystem too, UGC has issued guidelines to establish, for example, R&D cells. And I'm very glad to inform you that hundreds of universities are now establishing the R&D cells. And the sole aim of these R&D cells is to train our faculty members to write successful project proposals, to learn how to place orders, how to procure equipment, how to turn the basic research into applied research, how to establish a startup company. You had to build bridges with the local research organizations. It could be a CSIR lab, it could be a defense lab, or an IIT, an NIT nearby your institution. invite those faculty members with the help of your R&D cell and have brainstorming workshops with your faculty and do the capacity building of your faculty members so that they succeed in getting good funding for your universities. Friends, whether it is a high quality research or introducing multidisciplinarity in your institutions, we have to keep one thing in our mind: equity and access. I was talking to a colleague whose university is located in an area which is predominantly populated by tribal people. Now imagine this university's contributions when this university provides high quality education to this tribal community. The capacity building of that community happens, how it will help our country in moving forward. Therefore, always keep your eye on how do I introduce schemes, policies within my university which will enhance equity and access to our students, especially students who come from financially weaker sections, students who come from socially disadvantaged groups. For example, one of the guidelines that we have sent to all the universities is that while you study, we can provide many opportunities to the students who are coming from the weaker sections. They may do a couple of hours work in the library, or they may do a couple of hours work in some other academic unit. Can we pay them some honorarium? Can we help them in giving some fee concessions to such students? These are the things that we need to create in our educational system so that everybody feels connected, everybody feels wanted, welcomed on our campuses. My dear friends, all this is possible only when you, as heads of institutions, act as catalysts. You need to motivate and inspire your faculty members by setting an example by yourself. Because one of you was telling that the resistance that you see for change is universal. Therefore, we have to consciously work to reduce this resistance by talking to them regularly, by listening to criticism, by taking suggestions, and by working with them. We need to inspire them. Swami Vivekananda, once he asked a British general that in our first independence war in 1857, our soldiers were well trained, they were well armed, and they were well committed to get independence for our country, but still we lost to the British in our first Indian independence war in 1857. General, why did this happen? The British general said, what you said is true, 100% true, but the leaders who were leading these soldiers, they were sitting in a comfortable place, in a safe place. They were not leading from the front. They were not taking the risk. That is why you lost. My dear friends, I know, like you, I was also heading a university earlier, how challenging it can be to run a university, but the whole country is looking at you as leaders of educational institutions in our country to take risks, to lead your faculty and students by being in the front row and bring the transformation in our educational system so that our country will become a fully developed nation by 2047. So I would like to stop here and I would like to take questions from you during the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jagdish Kumar ji, for your valuable inputs on this subject. A cluster of 6 universities was formed by the Ministry of Education to brainstorm on the subject of UGC regulations for NEP implementation, status and challenges. The cluster comprised of Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Kakatiya University, Warangal, Maharaja Shri Ram Chandra Bhanja Dev University, Mayurbhanj, Mohanlal Sukhadiya University, Udaipur, and Punya Ashlok Ahilya Devi Holkar Solapur University, Solapur. The Honorable Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, Professor G.B. Rajashekhar, was tasked to coordinate and deliver the presentation today. Professor Rajashekhar has 28 years of teaching and research experience. He did his master's and PhD from Hyderabad Central University and completed his postdoctoral from Japan Society for Promotion of Science Fellowship between 1998 and 2000 at Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. He joined IIT Kharagpur in 2000 and his key research has been in mathematical modeling of biological tumor, growth and drug transport. He has published about 120 research publications in peer-reviewed international journals. He has been the recipient of many awards, with major ones being Indian National Science Academy Young Scientist Award, Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, National Mathematician for the year 2023 by Ponala Trust Institute at National Institute of Technology, Warangal. I would now request Professor Rajashekhar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Andhra University, to give the presentation on the subject, please.
So very good morning, everyone. So I should move slightly because of my height. So thanks for this opportunity. So I thank Vipin Shuklaji and then Professor Jagdish Kumar for briefing about the session. So to the paucity of time, so I would like to be brief and then we can take discussions. So let me thank the group University Vice Chancellors and their team for their contributions. So first let me summarize the key, so these are already elaborated, the key features of NEP. So the focus is to integrate, align arts, science, and then extracurricular activities, vocational skill, and also focus on vernacular language, Indian knowledge systems, and then how to make our ABC strengthened. So here the status is, many universities have started and they are progressing well with the NEP guidelines, and then major initiative, National Credit Framework. So here deemed universities are leading while the other universities yet to adopt, in particular central universities and state universities. So here the policies are underway. The challenges are majorly due to infrastructure. So if we see resources and infrastructure is a major challenge. And of course, as Professor Jagdish Kumar already mentioned, the mindset. So we have to have close interactions, counseling sessions, and the standardization versus diversity. So we cannot have everything uniform for one template. We have to consider diversity versus which metrics have to be uniform, which metrics have to be diversified. So we have to. And faculty preparedness and training. So this is one area we have to motivate, bring them on board, train them. And one major challenge is quality assurance and equity. So this is very tough. So we have to have regular auditing, benchmarking of the academic units, and have some goals. So to implement short-term roadmap, first mantra is manual for everything. So if there is something missing, let us create a manual, let us have a review system. So this is the mantra. So promoting vernacular languages in examinations, that is already in place, so we have to enhance that, and also bring at least first year level teaching material. And there is a gap with the state councils and state government, so that has to be loud and clear. Unless we do that, we cannot. So the creation of eBOS, which we can quickly do it so that we can take the expertise from remote locations. And long term, we have to create a cluster of institutions where those who are on page, we can declare we are a group, now we have a smooth transition from one institute to the other. And this cluster has to be published. Unified standalone credit system, because there are variations. For example, you take a SWIME that has a different credit and university subject has a different credit, so we have to unify. And a repository of electives and basket, and achieving student mapping in ABC seems to be the biggest challenge. So here, definitely, much of the universities are implementing, but as I mentioned, deemed universities are ahead, so we have to work hard. So central and state universities, I think because of the stringent guidelines and resistance from faculties, So multidisciplinary learning, so this is the status here. Here also deemed universities are ahead. So the challenges are faculty expertise for interdisciplinary. So what do we do here? As Professor Jagdish Kumar already mentioned, even at the recruitment level, we have to bring in changes. Suppose if you say for a faculty in electrical engineering, you strictly say BTech should be in electrical engineering, so then we cannot bring multidisciplinary. So we have to rely from other departments. Instead of that, if there is an expertise from other allied areas and showing interest to become an electrical engineering faculty, we should have some access. So therefore, our guidelines have to be slightly changed. And the creation of cluster, which I already mentioned, so that is the mantra. So then chair professors and professor of practice, of course, so this is very much needed, but the gaps are here. We don't have customized brochures to approach industry, and many of the industry experts do not know that such a provision is there. So moreover, those who are interested when they apply, so there is a lot of resistance, and there is a cultural differences. Their practices are different, our university practices are different. So now here, this is related to Indian knowledge systems. So here again, DUs are ahead. So let me summarize here. Yeah. So these are the challenges. Lack of standardized curricula, faculty expertise, language barriers. So we have to have a database. So if there are somebody championing, so we should put it in that database so that others can use it. So long term, somehow we have to integrate technology and measure what is the knowledge hidden in the quantification form. So then we can give it to the scientists and engineers so that you can bring it in a quantified form. So here we need younger faculty are not in a better position to do the content creation in vernacular language. Whereas if you introduce senior students, they are in a much better system because they interact with their youngsters in a very colloquial language. So we can bring them, for example, PMR of students can be brought on board and they can be the content creators. So then teaching learning, apart from Malavya mission, there are a lot of technology resource constraints to create a specific TLC. So we should have a fund and also faculty innovation, etc., training programs, and then supporting continuous recruitment policies is required. So industry collaboration, so there is another gap area. So we have to have somehow integrate vocational education into curriculum. Unless we do that, but there is a lot of resistance. And look for career development centers, not just training and placement centers. We should look for in toto career development centers. That is very much required. And there is a huge potential with PSUs. So government should intervene and bring in a very active internship mandatory program. So that's very much, that will set the tone for the country. And EBOS to have industry and corporate experts and mandatory visits by the faculty to industry. So then the mapping of ABC, this seems to be the biggest challenge because with the demography, the usage of the names, etc., then the various IDs, there is a challenge. So we have to fill the gap. And also universities having international students. So what is the mechanism for them to map? So we have to, with experience at Andhra University, we could solve this to some extent because there are temporary Aadhaar, etc. So we have to work on that. So protocols for map international students and efforts to standardize the format, that is required. And not just mapping the admission data, we have to work on mapping the graduation data. So that's very much required. Year-wise graduation data is required. So somehow we have to create a manual and implement ABC. So that should be a standalone manual. So then another important aspect of NEP is multi-entry, multi-exit. So this is the data that is speaking. So here deemed universities are front runners. So as you know, the state and central universities, their policies are the hurdles. So we have to somehow overcome that. We have to create some flexibility. So then MEMA challenges, credit transfer continuity, credit scale mismatch, so infrastructure, so then policy of the state government on the implementation. So this is one of the barriers, as I mentioned. So we have to have a manual for exit policy. What is the exit policy? And create ecosystem for their absorption. So we have to raise awareness among MSMEs so that those who are getting with certification and diploma, so they can be accessible to the MSMEs. And uniform policies on credit requirement, have an admission portal exclusively for MEME. So unless we do this, so the process takes long time. On online distance, a lot of universities are implementing this, but the major challenge is quality. And how do we avoid malpractices? And there is a little bit of a disconnect there, so quality assurance and student support system. So it's the biggest challenge. So right now, for example, Andhra University has 80,000 students enrolled in distance learning, but what is the mechanism for student support system? When they call, how do you answer? So that's very much required. So creating a user help desk is definitely mandatory here. Linking credits earned to the academic bank and then self-sufficient technologies. If you rely more on the vendors, it's very difficult, okay? So then how to recognize NPTEL and MOOC courses, so that credit matching and policies on examinations by SWAYM. So SWAYM is conducting, they give some grading, but most of the subjects are mapped to university. University is conducting for the SWAYM enrolled students, so that is another challenge, so we have to map that. And Institute's Board of Studies should be proactive and come up with a uniform credit system. So finally, we are talking about vocational and skill-based. So here, designing syllabus. See, we lightly take it. If there is a laboratory, we say there is a lab related to the theory. We don't spell out the curricula, syllabus. So we should spell out the syllabus there also, so that we can better integrate what are the skill-based training we can give. And design laboratories imparting skill database is required. That means those are expertised in this, create a database so that you train a skill program, you have trained 100 people, put it on your website, other MSMEs will employ them. So there are metrics that the data we have used, these policies, and then UTSA portal. So we are open to the questions, that's why we kept it short. So thank you very much.
I thank Professor Rajashekharji for his in-depth analysis of the subject.
Just one announcement. I think other universities which were in the group, if they want to add anything, they can do that in this group.
Is there any university in this team who would like to say a couple of comments?
This was a teamwork, so we'll see if any other university want to.
No, I don't see anybody. So we can take questions. Before you ask questions, just a couple of things I wanted to inform you that in order to enhance the multidisciplinarity of the education, UGC has been working during last 1 year on introducing two things. One is the introduction of micro and nano credentials in various skill areas as part of the degree program. And two, the apprenticeship embedded degree program. And as you know, the guidelines have already been issued. I'm sure you must have already read about them. UGC has formed two implementation committees, expert committees consisting of industry experts who are working with select universities across the country, 10 or 15 universities, working with them to introduce these programs so that they will become role models for the other universities. But it doesn't mean that other universities cannot adopt immediately. Parallelly, you can also adopt. And if you have any doubts in adopting these skill-based courses as part of the degree program, or you want to introduce AEDP into the existing degree program, or you want to start a new AEDP program, please feel free to contact Dr. Avichal Kapoor, who is Joint Secretary in UGC. We will be very, very glad to provide any information on this. Please go ahead and you can ask any questions.
Hello?
Yeah, you can stand up.
Yeah, मैं ललित नारायण मिथिला यूनिवर्सिटी से मोहम्मद ज़िया हैदर रिप्रेजेंटिंग ललित नारायण मिथिला यूनिवर्सिटी दरभंगा बिहार। 1972 में मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी एस्टेब्लिश हुई और बिहार में और यूनिवर्सिटी की तरह जो स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी है उसके प्रियम्बुल में है कि ये टीचिंग एंड एफिलिएटिंग यूनिवर्सिटी है। लेकिन अब हमारा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एक तरह से जो मेरू में सिलेक्शन हुआ है तो वो एज ए रिसर्च यूनिवर्सिटी के तौर पे, तो इसमें बहुत सारे जो यूनिवर्सिटी का जो सेटअप है, एक छोटे कोर्सेज के लिए भी हमें चांसलर ऑफिस का सहारा लेना पड़ता है। कोई भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो, एग्जिट एंट्री, मल्टीपल एग्जिट एंट्री है या नेशनल क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क है, उसके तहत जैसे 2023 में हमने मिथिला यूनिवर्सिटी ने इनिशिएटिव लिया था यूजी लेवल पे 4 ईयर डिग्री प्रोग्राम। उसमें काफ़ी चैलेंजेस आए लेकिन वो इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ। अब पीजी लेवल में 2018 से पुराने सिलेबस चल रहे हैं, तो चांसलर ऑफिस जब तक के फंक्शनल और एकेडमिक ऑटोनॉमी मेरू इंस्टीट्यूट्स को नहीं मिलेंगे, कोई भी यूजीसी रेगुलेशन को अडॉप्ट करना और उसको स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के लिए, ख़ास तौर से बिहार के लिए, ये मुश्किल हमको लगता है। अभी तक हम एज ए टीचिंग यूनिवर्सिटी थे, अब हमें रिसर्च यूनिवर्सिटी ओवरनाइट तो ये पॉसिबल नहीं है, लेकिन उसके लिए थोड़ा हमको फंक्शनल और एकेडमिक ऑटोनॉमी चाहिए।
I get the picture what you are saying. It's about decision making, more autonomy in decision making. But Ministry of Education, UGC, we are also working with the state governments, with the chancellor's offices. I'm sure these things will be discussed and sorted out. Let's move to the next question.
Good morning, sir. I am from Himachal Pradesh University. So actually, sir, a few days back, one student who has, completed his 12th from humanity background, he was asking that whether I am eligible for engineering course. So, our system is ready to, adapt to that system, to the student who is coming from the humanity background and want to do engineering programs. So, would bridge courses would be the option to integrate whatever the student has left or whatever the gap is? So how we can help out student in this case?
It's a good question, but let us start doing things which are outside the professional regulatory bodies. For example, at the BA, BSc, BCom, let us introduce. But even in the professional programs, the global practice is not to restrict to disciplinary domains. For example, in my own department at IIT Delhi in electrical engineering, we may admit students with a mathematics background for PhD or with a biology background for PhD in electrical engineering. So these disciplinary boundaries has to be broken, and you need to take the first step, and we will support you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think I would like to answer here. AICT about more than 4 years ago had announced that even if someone has not done maybe physics out of PCM, which is desired for engineering admission, we can give him test and then take them on board, and whatever physics is left out as a prerequisite, he should do it. It's not that he will do engineering without maths, without chemistry, or without physics, but because they have not taken in the 11th and 12th grade, we should not close the doors on them, but open a window of opportunity. This is how we had stated it.
Excellent. Even though they have not formally taken these courses, if they have the competency in that subject, they should be able to, do the engineering programs. Right. Yeah. Next.
Sir, this is.
Can I say?
Hello. Yeah, this is Dr. Bokare, Vice Chancellor, Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. Sir, so far as multidisciplinarity is concerned, I think multidisciplinarity is to be brought into the eligibility conditions of the faculty members also. Because this generation of faculty members, they have not learned through the multidisciplinary kind of thing. For example, if I have to recruit a faculty in social science, I have to recruit him with a PhD in social science or NET or something like that. Now he has learned only in his domain. Now the projects in social science or the societal problems in social science, they are not limited to social science discipline, but they are multidisciplinary kind of thing. So now new recruitments which we want to do should have flexible eligibility conditions, so that for example, in social science department, we should be in a position to recruit a person having a background of say data science or say political science or say social science, like that.
Excellent, sir. Excellent.
If we can modify our eligibility conditions like this, probably multidisciplinarity can be well introduced.
And this suggestion coming from a vice chancellor is the most welcome thing to happen. That the vice chancellors have open mind in taking multidisciplinary candidates into their departments. Keeping this in mind, UGC worked during last 6 months in developing draft regulations for the minimum qualifications of the faculty members. Sooner or later, these regulations will be announced, and you will have enough freedom and flexibility in choosing people with multidisciplinary background.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, good morning, sir. Sir, my question is little different. When we do the skilling and the vocational training or whatever it is, we have a sector skill council under the Ministry of Skill. So are we going to have the programs which are approved under sector skill council, or will have design our own?
Sir, all the skill-based courses that we plan to introduce in our degree programs are in higher education domain. So therefore, these courses, we are of course working with the sector skill councils also, and many industrial houses and other organizations. These courses will be recognized by UGC, and these courses will be made available on the Swayam Plus portal.
These are upskilling, basically it will be upskilling, sir.
These are all skill-based courses. See, when we talk about skill, we often think about emerging technologies, but there are other areas such as finance, banking, insurance, logistic management. There are a large number of other skill areas in which UGC is working on designing these courses, creditizing these courses and approving, and then these courses will be put on the Swayam Plus. My request to all the state university vice chancellors is please do visit the Swayam Plus portal. You will see both UGC approved courses and other courses which your students can actually register, and through ABC these credits can be transferred. And UGC has already issued the guidelines on introducing these courses. For example, 50% of the courses in a let's say BSc program or BA program can be a major discipline, and in the remaining 50% of the credits, the students can take multiple skill-based courses so that their employability opportunities will increase.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yeah.
I have one different question related to the students. Particularly, as you have mentioned, sir, that we are providing flexibility to the students, considering and giving priority the students to have freedom to choose subjects. Nowadays, I think in all the universities and colleges, the students are engaged in various programs through NCC or NSS. And even the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports has also introduced one experiential learning program for the students. So can UGC give some mandate to all the universities that certain credits should be given to the students who are being engaged round the year in these all flagship programs, sir? Thank you, sir.
Sir, kindly visit our UGC website. The guidelines in this area are also issued. Any kind of learning can be creditized provided there is a reliable assessment method. So community work, NCC, NSS, many kinds of these activities outside the classroom also can be creditized.
Sir, I have one question.
We also have the time limitation,
Sir,
I think.
Sir, this is the last question.
But I am going to be here during lunch hour, during the day also you can meet me.
Sir, all this depends on autonomy of universities. May I request a central guideline that to be issued to all the states that universities are autonomous in these respects. Regarding admission, regarding teacher appointment, this is very much essential. So please issue a guideline, central guideline to all the state universities so that state government should be convinced that what is autonomy.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all your questions.
Last question, sir.
Sir, I'll request, we have already overshot the time. And we've come to the end of the session one, and on behalf of all the distinguished guests and officers sitting here, I convey thanks to Professor Jagdish ji and Rajashekar ji for their valuable input. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Colonel Vipin Kaushal, Joint Secretary UGC, to kindly present a memento to our esteemed guests, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar and Professor G.P. Rajashekara. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And to present memento to our moderator, Colonel Vipin Kaushal, I now invite Shri Jeevan Kumar, Deputy Secretary, to kindly join us on the dais, sir.
you very much, sir.
आपको देना है ना आपको सर प्लीज Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Second session will focus on clustering and collaboration for multidisciplinary education. The group presentation will be delivered by Dr. Sanjay Nayak, Vice Chancellor of Ravenshaw University, Odisha. The expert address will be delivered by Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor of the University of Mumbai. To commence this session, I would like to request Sri Deepak Vats, Joint Secretary, UGC. Sir, please join us.
Welcome to the second session of the workshop. Tone of this workshop has been set in the first session, that is multidisciplinarity. We can say that multidisciplinarity is the mainstay of national education policy. And as we know that most of the institutions are single discipline institutions, so to achieve this objective of multidisciplinarity, to make our education multidisciplinarity, we have to have collaboration and clustering of higher education institutions, particularly clustering of colleges which imparts education to a vast majority of learners. So in this session, we would be discussing this clustering and collaborations of for multidisciplinary education. Today, we have with us Professor Kulkarni, who is the expert for this session, and later we would have presentation from Professor Nayak, Vice Chancellor, Ravenshaw University. Second, he would be presenting the presentation prepared by the group of universities. So I would introduce you Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, who is Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. Professor Kulkarni is a distinguished academician and researcher with over 32 years of experience in the field of chemical technology. Prior to assuming his current role, he served as Pro-Vice Chancellor at the University of Mumbai and held senior academic and leadership positions at premier institutions like Institution of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, and UICT, Jalgaon. He is a prolific researcher. Professor Kulkarni has guided 18 PhD students, has authored over 85 peer-reviewed publications and hold multiple patents. He has led 16 R&D projects and several consultancy assignments with industries in India and abroad. With cumulative funding exceeding more than 20 crore rupees, his leadership was instrumental in the University of Mumbai achieving an A++ NAC grade and Category 1 status from UGC and recognition of the university in QS Global Rankings. Beyond academia, he has held key roles in national committees, including UGC, NAC, and Bureau of Indian Standards, and the Government of Maharashtra NEP Steering Committee. He is currently serving as the President of Oil Technologies Association of India Western Zone and has played a pivotal role in designing the 4-year multidisciplinary degree program aligned with NEP 2020. Professor Kulkarni's contribution continue to shape the higher education policy, curriculum innovation, and industry-academia collaboration across India. I would request Professor Kulkarni to share his view on the theme of this session.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable former Chairman Sir Jagdish Sir, Professor Sumit Sir, Sunil Kumar ji, my colleagues on the dais. My colleagues on the dais. I'm here to present the best practices that have been conducted at Maharashtra State, specifically with reference to clustering and collaboration across universities, across autonomous colleges, and different higher education institutions. Probably we have a lot talked about multidisciplinary formulation of curriculum. So this is how, when we are taking up a core subject in combination with minor and various open electives, naturally that requires lot of changes to be adopted by single degree institutions, and that is where clustering and collaboration naturally becomes an important part. Now, probably clustering and collaboration between universities is not just like with reference to making education multidisciplinary, but there are several objectives which needs to be attained. For example, when we look at national education policy, which provides students seamless mobility. Now, seamless mobility in terms of what? Moving from one institution to another institution, moving from one discipline to another institution, say change of discipline, or probably even moving from one mode of learning, like a physical mode of learning, to, let us say, a blended mode of learning. So the students are being given a lot of flexibility. And as Professor Jagdish Kumar has said, like, we are now breaking the barriers across discipline, and that requires one particular mechanism by which movement of the student from one institution to another institution has to be ensured, where probably in first session, one of the key issue which was presented by VC of Andhra University, that how to scale the credits which are earned by students at different universities. That's naturally an issue. Probably we need to have a right academic equivalence mechanism. We need a right credit transfer mechanism. We need to see that the students are being offered enough number of online programs, and at the same time, the clustering and collaboration should be promoted so as to facilitate a vibrant research and innovation culture. And from that perspective, I'm just presenting a few of the systems which are probably implemented across Maharashtra state. So as such, Government of Maharashtra has issued multiple GR in reference to the NEP guidelines based on the UGC as well as AICT regulatory bodies. And from that perspective, two of the important parts that are being implemented recently. One is based on the basic mechanism by which the credit can be transferred. The second mechanism by which academic equivalences can be established. So Government of Maharashtra has recently launched a GR known as MAHASARC. Now MAHASARC stands for a Maharashtra State Academic and Research Council. We are well aware that the individual universities are having an academic council through which the courses are designed, programs are fabricated. Now, when a student tries to move from one institution to another institution, we need to have a mechanism by which the academic equivalences across different courses can be established. That's one probably mandate which MAHASARC has to look into. Second part, probably when we are looking at the curricular framework, which are continuously updated based on the UGC and other regulatory bodies. So the right curricular framework and their guidelines has to be issued so that the individual universities can follow those guidelines for seamless implementation of national education policy. That's another objective with which the MAHASARC has to work. And probably third way, like individual universities are known to have their best practices in terms of curriculum, in terms of research, in terms of innovations. Let us have a brainstorming across universities so that MAHASARC can work as a mechanism so as to have a dialogue amongst different universities. So MAHASARC, which has been launched recently by Government of Maharashtra, has been pivotal, has been given a mandate of having a very good dialogue across state universities in Maharashtra, and that is how a variety of the options can be easily exercised with reference to seamless mobility of the students from one institution to another institution, or choosing different courses of their choice as per the academic flexibility being given by the NEP itself. Now, probably, how does the Mahasark being composed of? The Mahasark is composed of 5 to 6 vice chancellors from Maharashtra state who are heading universities having higher NAC grade or NRF ranking. And then there are 2 pro-vice chancellors. In order to have a administrative support, we have a separate MAHED, which is Maharashtra State Commission for Higher Education and Development. So the CEO of MAHED will work as an administrative nodal officer so as to provide right support for the meetings and communication of the resolutions and taking up the action taken reports from different universities. And then probably there would be 3 different educationists who would be representing at national level. At least one of them has to be a former chairman or vice chairman of UGC, AICT or other regulatory bodies. So that's how the Mahasark has been composed of. And with this, the Mahasark would work. I will just... the Mahasark, the way it is supposed to work, I have just presented in the form of a flow chart. Like different universities will keep communicating to the CEO office of MAHED so as to have a solutions for the problems. Say, for example, a student from Savitribai Phule University, Savitribai Phule Pune University, has switched over to University of Mumbai from first year to second year. And with that, naturally, the academic equivalences of the courses which the student has taken up at first year at Savitribai Phule University need to be established for admission at second year at University of Mumbai. So the 2 universities can present their curriculum, and a Mahasark will provide a right benchmark in terms of academic equivalences. Maybe additional prerequisites may be asked, or maybe when the courses are similar, the student may be given a direct flow to the second year admission. So that's one part. Probably you may require resolutions to be provided for that part. The CEO is maintaining a dashboard whereby the academic programs of all universities are maintained on that dashboard, so that the Mahasark will have a continuous references of the academic updations, academic changes, modifications, revisions, which individual universities have undertaken, and accordingly, based on that, a right support can be given to the individual universities. One needs to mention one particular fact, because lot of the questions have been asked about autonomy. So this is an advisory body. It's not a regulatory body. It is just there to support the different universities in the form of implementation of national education policy. So in that way, the Mahasark is not going to interfere in the autonomy of the individual universities in terms of the design of the curriculum itself. Now another initiative that has been launched, now say Mahasark will work as a mechanism for dialogue between different universities. Mahadnyandip is another clustering model in terms of a virtual or online learning model. Now, we are well aware that like the courses through SWAYAM and SWAYAM Plus are being launched, but many times the courses are not aligned with the academic calendar of the university. And many times you require courses created in Marathi or like a local language. So the Mahadnyandip is another portal which has been launched recently, whereby a digital cluster of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Shivaji University, University of Mumbai, under the nodal position of YCMU, Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University, and SNDT as a collaborating university have been launched. The primary purpose of having these 3 universities, like Shivaji University, Savitribai Phule University, and Mumbai University, is that like these are category 1 universities, and they have like a facility of developing their online programs with due permission from the UGC. So we can utilize the expertise of the faculty in developing online courses, and the Mahatmyandi portal will provide a right portal for launching all these online courses, which will be made available to all universities across Maharashtra itself. And now, from the perspective of the administrative part, like the Mahatmyandi portal will undertake training programs for teachers. Now, it has already finished 3 training programs so as to undertake e-content development. Second part, like it provides a right mechanism for providing curriculum in local languages, in particular Bharati Bhasha, and say there are multiple courses which have been recently established. Now, in continuation with that, before coming to the next example, another example that has been cited in terms of clustering is from social angle. We are well aware that Maharashtra has multiple regions which are predominantly populated, having a predominant population in terms of tribal community. Now here, say initial proposal was with reference to establishment of a tribal university so as to provide sensitization to the aspiration of the tribal student. But then it naturally appeared that rather than going for one tribal university at one place and asking tribal students to move from different locations of the state, rather than going for that, let us have 5 different centers at those universities where you have predominant tribal population. That is how University of Mumbai with Palghar as a region, Gondwana University, which is predominantly tribal university, or Swami Ramananda Tirtha Nanded University, Marathwada University, like 5 universities have been provided with 5 centers. Now these 5 centers will work as a cluster for providing a right education with reference to the tribal community itself. Now let us come to the 2 different examples connected to the formation of clusters based on geographical proximity. One is an informal mechanism and second is an formal mechanism. So let us say, like I'm taking my own example of my own university. University of Mumbai has largest number of colleges, more than 900, out of which 96 are autonomous colleges. Now, when NEP was being implemented from 2 years back, how to have a right communication across all colleges so that the courses offered under 6 different verticals could be communicated properly. For that particular purpose, we have formed an informal mechanism of cluster and lead colleges. So 900 colleges were divided into 95 clusters, each of them having around 8 to 10 colleges based on geographical proximity and the disciplines they kind of curriculum and disciplines they are offering with. And then based on that, we worked on a bottom-up approach. Rather than providing a curriculum from the University Academic Council to all colleges, we have asked a brainstorming discussion at clusters itself and asked them what are the right skill courses that you are in need of looking at your geographical requirement, or what are the open electives that you are looking for. What are the probably sharing of resources that you may be going for? So from that perspective, the cluster and lead college concept has become very successful, and that is how we could implement NEP over last 2 years with due success. And in addition, this particular cluster model has been utilized for sharing of resources as per UGC guidelines, as well as undertaking joint research project, joint co-curricular activities as well. Now, let us take up a formal mechanism, which is being launched through a GR. So I shall explain the first cluster model, which has been established through GR, that is Homi Bhabha University. The Homi Bhabha University has been separated from University of Mumbai through taking up 6 colleges and forming their clusters together. As you would look at, many of the colleges have a history of more than 100 years of existence, and they are offering different disciplines, different curriculums. The Institute of Science works as a lead college with Sydenham, Elphinstone, Education, Forensic Institutes working together with them. Each of them have a different program. But the advantage with this bringing different institutions together. What was the advantage? Initially, they were offering only 21 programs when added the curricular programs from the individual institution. Now, when they formed the cluster, as we would see, the program that they could launch has been increased in terms of 32. Individual institutions have certain collaborations. Those collaborations were taken up under one umbrella of Homi Bhabha University, and the internship was really, the internship model for all PG and UG students was really well successful. They could they could undertake even some of the best examples of a very innovative curriculum because of collaborations, working together, because of cooperations, because of synergy between different 6 institutions under Homi Bhabha University itself. Another example which is from Pune, like Ferguson and BMCC, again very age-old institutions have come together to form the Deccan Education Society University, and with that now the individual, the college departments have clubbed together to form 5 schools and 3 research institutions, and that is how now the number of programs which they could offer have been multiplied, and the success with this DES university is really the best one. Now, the clusters which are formed in a formal mechanism or informal mechanism, the examples have been cited before you. Now, let us talk about some of the case studies where really you are going for a thematic sharing. It may not be a merging, it may not be a formal cluster, but rather they could work independently, but at the same time can work together. Here is an example where our University of Mumbai Center for Distance and Open Education, CDOE, which is offering online distance and open education programs, have entered into an MOU with 2 universities across Maharashtra, one COEP college and second Homi Bhabha State University, whereby the concept of dual degree was made successful. The like the Homi Bhabha or COEP will work as a host institution where the students will take up the first degree, and the students will join CDOE for taking up a second degree in online or distance education mode. And probably more universities are just like duplicating this model. For example, Yashwantrao Chauhan Maharashtra Open University and Kavitri Bainabai Chaudhary North Maharashtra University is working with that. Recently, now we are just talking, University of Mumbai and Savitribai Phule University are talking about establishing joint degree program on a similar model. Now here probably is an example where the 3 colleges are in the geographical proximity. Matunga is one of the region in Mumbai, where 3 topmost institutes are located. One, Ruia College having very high NAAC rating, ICT, a deemed to be university known for excellence in chemical technology, and VJTI, one of the oldest engineering institution in India. They came together just for thematic sharing. Say, for example, like Ruia, which is running arts and science courses program, are offering language program, are offering a program on economics, are offering programs on creative thinking to the students of VJTI and ICT. In turn, VJTI is offering courses to the students of RUIA, the courses based on AI, ML, and robotics. On the other hand, ICT is providing courses on nutrition to the students of RUIA. So it's a win-win situation where you can have best of the faculty available for the corresponding courses. This is a commercial model. Okay, I just presented it from a, because many times it's not a thematic sharing, it's also a financial sharing. For example, these are the 3 autonomous colleges which thought of running a MSc in IT, but they did not have enough faculty because they were only having UG program but did not have enough faculty for PG program. So these colleges, which are in close proximity, came together and utilize their individual faculty resources for running the MSc program in IT, whereby based on the individual expertise of the colleges, the courses were conducted in the individual college, practicals at the corresponding college. And say, I will just present you the like a minute details with which these individual colleges have worked out the finances Okay, so naturally we have talked about lot of resistance by faculty or by non-teaching staff in undertaking change. But here, providing a right revenue support through a sharing of the fees, and even for the, like if a peon comes on a Sunday, okay, they are being offered with a different honorarium. So that's how a complete sharing model has been worked out, and this particular model is working successfully over last 3 years. That's a really an important example. Now we are talking about lot of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So here, the COEP, one of the recently created technological university, which wanted to move towards a multidisciplinary domain, you would see how they have aligned with multiple institutions. For example, Gokhale School of Economics and Politics, so as to offer courses on economics, or other institutions for offering ICAS, and at the same time, a very good collaborations with industries, so as to make their programs really the best one. Or another university which has been recently created in Nagpur, okay, how they have worked with industries, so as to convert their programs into industry-supported academic programs. Or another example, like St. Xavier, under their management they have multiple institutions. One is Arts, Science, Commerce, another is Engineering. So St. Xavier College utilized the facility available at engineering institution and started running program BSc in Data Science with a multiple track on minor programs. Likewise, one can look at variety of the examples. Just due to time constraint, I will just stop here, presenting the last example on an experiment which has been conducted. Like open elective, as we are well aware, the students are being asked to take up courses from other faculty. Now, naturally, the student does not have a right background. Say, for example, a science student has been asked to take up financial literacy. He does not have a right economics background. Or let us say a humanities student has been asked to take up courses on food adulteration, may not have a right background. So one of the innovative teaching learning system which this college has worked out, I'm just presenting before, that is being called an open elective Mela. What does that stand for? The student takes up those courses at first year or second year and present the knowledge gained by them before schools or junior college students, and thereby develop a confidence of taking courses from faculty other than their own faculty. So this is really one of the best experiments. Okay, so likewise there are many like Sunday school or like social engagement. I'm just presenting the last one. Now we know that we have a lot of network of polytechnics across each state. Now the polytechnics have a huge number of laboratories. Their student intake is not that good. So how can we utilize their laboratories? So particularly for humanities and commerce student, the MSBT, Maharashtra State for Technical Education, Maharashtra State Board for Technical Education, have worked out a basic technical programs which can be offered as a skill program for BA and BCom students. Thereby, like a government polytechnic will offer those courses to the arts, science, commerce colleges in the near proximity, and thereby promote them to develop right skills. So we do understand that we in the years to come, we would like to come across lot of experimentation under national education policy. Sky is the limit. One can work out variety of the clustering and collaborative models. Of course, I have presented the best part of it. Doesn't mean it doesn't have any issues. There are issues, but those issues can be sorted out in an amicable way, with a right discussion, with a right engagement in terms of dialogue, so that these problems can be sorted amicably across faculties of different colleges, across different universities, with a specific objective of having a successful implementation of national education policy, which makes the program really aspirational for students. And that is how probably it's our duty to see that this collaborative and cluster model becomes really successful. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you for sharing, Professor Kulkarni, sharing the experience of Maharashtra, which can inspire other universities and states to adopt this model of collaboration and clustering of higher education institutions. In the next part of this session, as you are aware that Ministry of Education has formed groups of universities which have worked for each session, and there was one coordinating university, and these universities had multiple meetings, online meetings, and again there were meetings with the Ministry of Education under the chairpersonship of Banwal sir, Additional Secretary, and there are multiple internal meetings also of the universities, and I would name the universities which have participated in this exercise for this session. This group has prepared a concept paper on clustering and collaboration for multidisciplinary education, and they have prepared a roadmap also, which Professor Nayak, who is the Vice Chancellor of Ravenshaw University, which is the coordinating university of this group, would be presenting to you. Other universities in this group was Jadavpur University, which was represented by Professor Amitava Datta, Pro-Vice Chancellor of that university. Kumaon University was represented by its Vice Chancellor, Professor Rawat, Diwan S. Rawat, and Lalit Narayan Mithila University, Professor Sanjay Kumar Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor. Palampur University, Telangana, Professor G.N. Srinivas, Vice Chancellor, and Anna University was represented in the group, Professor Jay Prakash, Professor and Registrar of that university. Besides Vice Chancellor, many faculty members of these universities have also participated in this exercise. Professor Luna Samantha from Ravenshaw University has coordinated the entire effort. I would introduce you Professor Nayak, Vice Chancellor of the Coordinating University, Ravenshaw University. Before assuming the responsibility as Vice Chancellor of Ravenshaw University, he was Director General of Central Institute of Petrochemicals and Engineering and Technology, where he served from 2007 to 2021 under the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India. He has over 36 years of experience in teaching, research, and industry consultancy. Professor Nayak is a globally recognized expert in the plastics and petrochemicals. He has authored more than 600 research papers, holds more than 50 patents and registered designs to his credit, and has guided more than 50 PhD scholars. He has served as a chairman of the BIS Plastic Committee for over a decade and is ranked among the top 2% of scientists globally in his field, honored with multiple prestigious awards, including the Lifetime Achievement Award and honorary doctorates. Professor Nayak has played a pivotal role in shaping India's plastic industry and policy landscape. I would request Professor Nayak to make the presentation on behalf of this group of universities. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak ji, for nice introduction, and thanks Professor Kulkarni for an extensive presentation, case studies. Before I start my presentation, probably mine will be the combination will be fundamentals which will be speaking, and the case studies just now Professor Kulkarni has presented. Honorable Minister of State, Secretary Higher Education, Additional Secretary Higher Education, former Chairman UGC, former Chairman AICT, Chairman AICT, all the senior officials from UGC, my esteemed Vice Chancellors, all the senior officials here. My group consists of, as just now told, representing Anna University, Jadavpur University, Lalit Narayan Mithila University, Kumaon University, Palampur University, and our Ravenshaw, which is a NAC A++ accredited, and I'm sure my other universities are also equally accredited. And to be very honest, I must take this opportunity to sincerely express thanks and gratitude to Honorable Union Minister who have chosen us in this PM-USHA under the MERU scheme. And as somebody was talking in the dais, we must commit that we will implement it successfully. This is the commitment I have a privilege to give on behalf of all the university vice chancellors to ensure it is implemented properly. Coming to NEP 2020, my state had just started it, to be very honest, but We are aware of NIP 2020. We have been keenly watching, and my university in particularly led by Professor Luna Samant, we have been working for last 2 years. We exactly know, all of us know, before I start, that NEP has got we are shifting from a K model to KSA model. That's what I always believe. K, we will be talking about knowledge. Now we are shifting to knowledge, skilling, and aptitude. That is how it goes. And when you say knowledge, skilling, and aptitude, the word multidisciplinary comes. The moment multidisciplinary comes, then the challenges starts. To be very honest, we spoke just now, teaching intensive university, research intensive universities, shifting how earlier the teaching was the main matrix, others were the fillers. Now the matrix will be the research, and the teaching part will be the components. So this will ultimately support us in terms of employability and to be very specific, industry connect. And that is where the challenge for the faculties in the universities, but to be very honest, state universities are hardly connected to industry. The research in the industry is separate. The faculties do research separately. The research laboratory does separately. So when the three things gets connected, then the NEP is a successful component. We were doing, you know, the education model is a pyramid, knowledge level 1 to level 10. And in the university, we were talking about level 7, level 8, level 9, and level 10, UG, PG, and PhD, and postdoc. But in this multiple entry and multiple exit, we have certificate, diploma, post-diploma, UG, PG, and so many things. So we are practically covering level 1 to level 10. Yes, it's a challenge. And with that, I would like to start the presentations. The first slide, please. What are the challenges isolated of institutional functioning if it is a single institution? Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. See, the first understanding the clustering before the challenge. You know, it's a grouping of educational institutions to share resources and expertise. This is a very simple definitions. And mostly it will run in a hub and spoke model. And what is the objective? It enhances the resource utilizations, A, B, C, whoever the university is, whatever thematic or locational wise, whatever it is, they will resource utilizations, foster collaborative learning environments, both the student and the faculty will be benefited. And the third, most important, is the bridge the gaps between the institutions. There are bridge gaps. And in a university, in the department itself, we have no communication. Professor to professor, no communication. In this challenge, department to department, professor to professor, we are looking for a holistic approach of connecting the universities with their strength and their weakness. So let's go to the next slide, challenges. Challenges, we all know, if it is one institute, there are two types of universities. Again, you have a unitary university, and just now my friend told, with 900 affiliated colleges. So you have challenges. You cannot have all the infrastructure in one university, one college, and one. So the resource distribution is a very important point. Limited pedagogical innovations, educational innovations are very important. That's very much confined to department, university to university, college to college, autonomous college to autonomous college. And limited access to expertise and research. My university has some expertise, the other university has some expertise, and we don't have access to each other. So what are the advantages? The advantages is the students get, at the end of the day, we are all working for the students. So students get enhanced employability and academic mobility. Then fewer resource and more expertise. The resources are getting hooked through connectivity. Accelerated innovations and research synergies. Different activity. Just now, the professor said, electronic engineer and Department of Electrical, Mathematics is doing research, Statistics is doing research. So that is how the interdisciplinary comes, and we get the strength from different colleges, different universities, including leadership guidelines, and finally, the more space for student-teacher cooperation. The importance are the breaks traditional academic silos, because we are in the traditional scene, because we are going to do the whole level 1 to level 10. A boy comes in the first year and he has some problem, he goes away. Unless the course curriculum is redesigned that he gets a job in the first year after completion, he is in problem. Or if he goes in second year, he gets a diploma and he goes away, he gets a job, come back after 3 years, it's a problem. So that is how the traditional silos we have to come out, encourage integration of arts, science and vocational subjects. Today, the employability will be only come through skill, through vocational, through entrepreneurship, through internship, whatever is there. And UGC has done a fantastic job of giving us an opportunity to bring all them together. And this is where the interdisciplinary clusterings are playing a big role. What are the strategies? Joint programs and courses, my strength, your strength, his strength, we all bring together and the student gets the best possible things what he require as for KSA model. His aptitude is something different in a sports or in a health or in some music, so he gets into those universities' curriculums. Faculty exchange and student initiatives and shared research projects. Interdisciplinary, different schools and research projects applying together, and the benefit goes to the students. The students work across the universities, across the autonomous colleges, and gets their PhD irrespective of their field. What are the clustering models? Next, please. We have categorized into 3 types of models. One is a geographical proximity-based, nearby. Increased physical collaboration, resource sharing. You don't have to run away. You have a completely in a close proximity. You can have a cluster. And then a thematic, we just now spoke. It may be health, it may be sports, it may be business, it may be finance, it may be manufacturing. Clusters on the, based on that. Industry also have a similar clusters. If you go to China, if you see, we have small scale industry having 1 machine or 2 machines. They will take 1 lakh square feet and take all the machines in one place with 20 entrepreneurs, and that is how the thematic clusters. Then digital collaborations clusters. So these are the 3 clustering models we are looking at, and it has its advantage. It has its features, which is there in the slides. If you have seen, the feature is, it's a physical location-based, geographical, and the thematic is based on the academic disciplines, and the virtual is online platforms, and sometimes it goes towards digital and also hybrid model. Next, please. I've just given typical successful cluster collaboration, few examples where in the international clusters and similarly in Indian clusters, we have IITs, we have NITSER, you have Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. I think we must look such type of clusters among us. Next, please. In the interdisciplinary collaboration model, just now I saw the thematic clusters. I've given an example of global health clusters, similar to the universities, hospitals, research institutes, all coming together. Similarly, in this case, whether it is a sports or a management or a finance or a manufacturing, all these 3 pillars has to combine so that the cluster become more powerful and the student gets benefited, both students as well as faculty. In case of geographical proximity based, you have given an example of Silicon Valley. Similarly, we can look into the typical locational advantage and the cluster can be built up for multidisciplinary education. In case of, next please, in the case of implementation strategy, we have given few numbers. If you see, the first one is establishing cross-industrial presence. The second one is designing multidisciplinary program. The third one is different digital platform. Fourth one is the industrial community. I'm sorry, and leveraging the technology, policy advocacy, student and alumni networks, and promoting research collaborations, and finally, assessment and feedback mechanism. Assessment and feedback mechanism is very important. From there, whatever our non-conformance can be looked into and can be resolved. The implementation roadmap, next please. We have short-term goals, we have long-term goals. Next please. Yeah, we have short-term goals, we'll have long-term goals, and we have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism. In short terms, we will identify potential partner institutions, initiate dialogues for collaborations. And of course, in long term, we see to develop joint curriculum, particularly for increasing the employability, and establish shared research centers. Instead of repeating the same things, we can establish shared research centers to make it more viable. And finally, the most important is the monitoring and evaluations. In that, we must look into self-assessment, internal audited, both vertical and horizontal. And in that case, you have regular assessment of collaborative outcomes through a third party, through internal, and also a feedback mechanism for continuous improvement. You need to improve every time. So these are the things we look at the implementation roadmap. Then I have given the KPI, key performance indicators, whatever we do in the initiation phase, that's in first year. Then we have second year execution phase, and the third year is the achievement phase. Next slide, please. So these are the things which we have shown. In the first year, what are the initiations we have to do in establishment of multidisciplinary institutions, establishment of enhancement of GER, which is very important. I am sure with NEP entry and exit options, the GER will increase, and that's our challenge. Institutional clusters and strategic alliance, and finally, infrastructure and digital integrations. This is the first year target we are looking at. In terms of execution phase, that's in second year. Next, please. You have second year, you have execute the phase. And finally, in the third year, the achievements in terms of research, innovations, enhancements, and international excellence. So this is how the third year will be looked like. Next slide, please. The cluster governance structure is a very typical thing. Somebody was talking about autonomy. I'm very happy the way the former UGC chairman said, today UGC is not going to control you. They are definitely helping you. So today, the autonomy is a wrong word today, to be very honest. It's sharing, helping each other, and achieving the ultimate. So leading MERU institutions, there will be a cluster hub. There will be hub and spoke models, which will act as a nodal institution. And that will be host central digital and physical infrastructures accessible to all cluster parameters. The second point is Cluster Coordination Council, which will be comprised representatives from all member institutions responsible for strategic planning, monitoring, resource allocation, and evaluation and collaborative programs. Finally, the subcommittees for thematic areas focus on specific areas like curriculum integration, joint research, student mobility, and digital infrastructure. These two books have been launched by UGC, which we can find it, we can go through to get further details. Next, please. In the governance models, which we say the PM-USHA, the heading, the secretariat, and we have the state project directory everywhere, and the MERU cluster will be there, and there will be again the hub and spoke model. All the universities will tie up to one of the coding leader, and then they can ultimately deliver it. What are the challenges? Next, please. I am not telling hurdles, administrative hurdles, to be very honest. I can only say how fast we can support each other to get it success. So it's not a hurdle exactly. It will be an administrative support which we need badly. Cultural difference between two institutions, but now there is no respite. Even if you have a cultural difference, you have three categories, thematic, geographical, you can fit into anything which you feel like, and this difference should not be a hurdle. So challenges are less as we decide to achieve it, so challenge will be much less, and the strategy will be clear governance structure, which higher education department is doing, and that's one way we are here today, first time in the history, to understand, to share our feelings, to get things done. Joint planning sessions, this is one which is happening today. And finally, the conclusion is, yes, next please. The conclusion is, with NEP implementation and with PM-USHA MERU, the research-intensive university, this type of formats, this type of activities will immensely help, and it will ultimately a win-win situation for our students which are going to be built for the future. And this comprehensive mapping of the MDCs and unique expertise of these 64 universities is required, is necessary to get the momentum of this entire process. In the final first phase, courses on digital platform should be introduced to maximize resource sharing with minimum cost. However, full-fledged collaboration may be encouraged in research, innovation, and incubation. Incubation is a huge area which probably is a big lacking with the universities. We do laboratory research, it doesn't go to the applied to the industry. If a pilot plant thinks we are not looking in terms of innovations, in terms of cluster things, then the industry doesn't benefit, the employability doesn't come, and the industry doesn't come to the university. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk on behalf of all the universities who are partner with me, and I must sincerely thank all the universities who have joined hand with us. Very seriously, I was my colleague Professor Luna and Professor Punendu was working. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nayak, sharing with us and everyone this concept paper and the way forward roadmap for implementing this collaboration and clustering amongst higher education institutions. And we hope that with the experiences from Maharashtra and with this concept paper, this collaboration and clustering amongst colleges can be accelerated. Now we would take a few questions as we are running late. So we would be taking only few questions, and Professor Nayak and Professor Kulkarni would be taking the questions. So one by one, yes, we can have the questions.
Yes, sir. I have, sir, wonderful presentation from the side of Maharashtra and your initiative, Mahasar. But sir, I am just representing Arunachal Pradesh that has totally different scenario in terms of demography. If we take an example of Mumbai, then the Mumbai has a 21.6 million population right now, and our total state population is 1.6 million. So we don't have even a college in a particular district. So clustering of the higher educational institution is a very big challenge for us. So can you have certain modalities for a state like Arunachal Pradesh, and how we can collaborate and we can have certain idea of clustering of the higher education institution? If we talk in terms of grouping multiple higher educational institutions located in the close proximity, then it may be beneficial. But if we are talking in terms of the mobility of the students in a geographical condition like Arunachal Pradesh, so would you suggest certain modalities for us? And the second one is, as you have mentioned, that the Maharashtra government has initiated its own, the online portal like Swayam. But sir, in Swayam also, apart from English, there are 8 Indian languages: Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Bengali. In 8 languages, the courses are available. So this is my one question. And another one, sir, also you have mentioned that just started 23 courses in Indian knowledge system. So can you cite a certain example of that? Thank you.
I think there are 3 questions, if I do understand. One, what could have been the right way, because Mumbai appears to be a different way, and Andhra Pradesh naturally will require a different model. That is what first
Arunachal, sir. Arunachal.
Arunachal, sorry. See, I have presented examples all across Maharashtra. It's not just Mumbai. I have presented one example of university which is located in Nagpur. So first is like the colleges must think of coming together, because we have lot of single degree or single academic curriculum offering colleges, say for example education, commerce or humanity. So they should start think of coming together. That's the first requirement which I think must come from. When they would start, I have presented one example where when they are coming together, there has been a lot of commercial benefits coupled with academic excellence also. But what is required is a right deliberations, right discussions and brainstorming. On that foundation, probably one can move ahead. Second part, like you have talked about IKS, 23 IKS. In Maharashtra, we are talking about IKS in two modes. One is in generic IKS and second in IKS subject mode. So, like say for example, a COEP is offering a IKS in metallurgical, ancient metallurgy, or say ancient civil engineering and planning, or like similar IKS programs in civics, politics and public policy, or economics based on Chanakya model. So likewise, there are 23 IKS courses which have been thought of, which are subject specific. We have a separate IKS committee in Maharashtra, which has discussed thoroughly with various subject experts, and that is how, based on UGC guidelines, a subject-based IKS has been also being launched, and that is from second year onward. Generic IKS is from the first year. Another part, like you said, like in SWAYAM or SWAYAM Plus, the courses are offered in fact 8 to 10 different languages. Why do you need Mahatnyandip as a separate virtual model for offering courses? That is the question, if I'm correctly understood. See, probably why we thought of having a virtual cluster between 5 different universities so as to launch the online programs. First, probably when we started talking about the academic calendar, many times the academic calendar of the SWAYAM and a particular SWAYAM program and that of university did not match. Now SWAYAM has provided a additional option recently that the college themselves can conduct assessment. But during those years, like 1 year back, okay, we need to have alignment with our academic calendar so as to declare results within 30 days, because that's a mandatory norm. So from that was one angle why it was being thought. Second, probably in many areas, we did not have in specific courses for which we felt to have an online program. We did not have courses in those areas under SWAYAM and SWAYAM Plus, and which were required to be offered in Marathi also. So from that angle, this was the second part. And third part, like we have a large number of colleges, large number of faculty. Let us utilize their expertise and undertake development of online courses. Now the UGC has promoted up to 40% of the credits through an online mode. But when we examine across different universities, we rarely find that online courses are taken up in excess of 10%. So you have a huge gap, and you have a requirement of online courses, but you don't have enough number of online courses. So that is how the Mahatnyandip portal, through a joint collaboration of 5 different universities under the guidance of Government of Maharashtra, was launched. And the first course that was taken up was based on IKS, because there are many courses for which we do not have the right faculty expertise. Particularly under IKS, it was an observation that if it is given to the individual, then the IKS teaching was almost in a different mode, which is not in line with UGC guidelines. So having a standardized format as well as standardized videos on IKS was a requirement, and from that angle, that was taken up first. And then we are now thinking of lot of employability modules offered at lower cost in line with SWAYAM Plus. I hope I have satisfied all the 3 questions.
Hello, this is...
Good morning, sir. So this is one of the very important question for, clustering and collaboration. Sir, internship is one of the very important component in, as per NEP for 3-year or 4-year undergrad curriculum framework. So it is, tendency of each and every student to go to industry for internship. So, 20 students apply for internship and only 2 are being absorbed. So it is the need of the hour, to cluster of HEIs with industries also. So clustering among HEIs is fine, but are we moving, to make a cluster or to collaborate with industries so as to, lead our students for the employability through internship or apprenticeship?
Sir, from that angle, like UGC has already offered a guideline on vibrant university industry linkages, where they have talked about industry relations cell and university relations cell. Like every university or a cluster should have a industry relations cell so as to connect with the industry, taking up their problems, particularly MSME, and then utilize their faculty expertise to solve that, so that the industry and university or academic institution bonding can be strengthened. And once the industries develop confidence with reference to academic institution for solving those problems, then naturally they will offer internship in line with the requirement. Because we are now, say, the academic institutions are stepping up in a forward direction to solve their problems, to support them. MSME may not have enough R&D. We have enough faculty expertise. Let us share those faculty expertise to the industry through industry relations cell, have R&D cell on the lines of UGC guidelines, and then advertise those to the industries. Industries will naturally come with the problems which will be solved by the faculty. In turn, the industry will offer internship program. The Homi Bhabha University model, which I have explained, individually the different 6 institutions have their own collaborations with industries. The moment they came together, that collaboration was multiplied. So Institute of Science can get those industries which they were not covered but covered by SIDNAM. And that's how it was not just 1+, it was 1 + 1 = 11. So coming together is always best way of strengthening industry linkages.
Thank you, sir. We would not be able to take more questions due to time constraint, and the discussion can continue over lunch. Pardon, we would not be able to take it now. We are closing this session. Thank you very much for participating in this discussion.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor for us to present a memento to our esteemed guests. May I now request Sri Deepak Vats, Joint Secretary UGC, to kindly come forward and present the mementos to Professor Ravindra Kulkarni and Dr. Sanjay Nayak. And to present a memento to the moderator of this session, Sri Deepak Vats, I now invite Sri Ghanshyam sir, Under Secretary, Ministry of Education, to kindly come up on the dais, sir. We will now take a break for lunch. It is indeed a privilege to have our esteemed guests joining us for the luncheon. We kindly request all respected participants to reassemble after the lunch by 1:40 p.m. for the commencement of the third session, which will be on holistic education through integration of skilling and industry connect. Thank you. a pleasant lunch. We are now ready to begin session 3rd, titled Holistic Education Through Integration of Skilling and Industry Connect. In this session, we are honored to have with us Dr. N.S. Kalsi, former chairman NCVET, who will share his expert insights, and Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Haryana, who will deliver the group presentation. The session will be moderated by Dr. Avichal Kapoor, Joint Secretary, UGC. Dr. Kapoor, please join the dais.
आपका धन्यवाद। मैं हमारे इस सेशन के एक्सपर्ट कलसी सर और वाइस चांसलर कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी के ऑनरेबल वीसी एज द वीसी ऑफ द कोऑर्डिनेटिंग यूनिवर्सिटी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो डायस पे अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। आप सभी को नमस्कार और आप सभी का आज के दिन के तीसरे सेशन में और लंच के बाद के पहले सेशन में स्वागत है। मैं आप सभी को इस बात का विश्वास दिला सकता हूं कि जिस तरीके से हम सब ने एक डिलीशियस लंच किया है उससे भी इम्पैक्टफुल ये तीसरा सेशन होगा। और इस सेशन में मैंने हमारे माननीय दोनों अतिथिगण से रिक्वेस्ट की है कि हम प्रेजेंटेशन का थोड़ा सा समय कम करेंगे और डेलिब्रेशन का समय बढ़ाएंगे। एंड आई एम हैप्पी टू शेयर कि दोनों एक्सपर्ट्स ने कहा है कि वी विल डिवोट मोर टाइम ऑन द question answer sessions so that some impactful deliberations and takeaways can be taken out of these sessions. ये सेशन इसलिए भी impactful है कि जितनी भी हम बातें NEP के इन अराउंड कर रहे हैं उसको ऑपरेशनलाइजेशन करने के लिए दो इम्पॉर्टेंट जो चीज़ें बनाई गई, इसलिए इसका जो टाइटल है होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन थ्रू इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ स्किलिंग एंड द इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट, बट मोर इम्पॉर्टेंटली by following through the enabling mechanism provided by the National Credit Framework and also the benchmarks in terms of learning outcomes and graduate attributes set up by the National Higher Education Qualification Framework. It is my pleasure to introduce the expert in this session, Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi sir. Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi sir is a retired IAS officer from the 1984 Punjab cadre. Concluded his tenure in the services as Additional Chief Secretary, Home Affairs and Justice, Government of Punjab. The career spanning 43 years includes roles at NTPC, Indian Railways, NCVET, and many diversified sectors. His notable contribution is in the field of education, professional education, skilling, human resource development, national and international security, information and communication technologies, e-governance, and industry connect. Key areas of expertise includes strategic policy and regulatory expertise, leadership and change management, public-private partnership, digital transformation and governance, stakeholder engagement and negotiation, global perspective with local insights, and at present, sir is also connected in the form of distinguished professor, visiting professor at IIT Ropar, visiting professor at IIT Roorkee, honorary professor at IIT Guwahati, professor of practice at MDI Gurgaon, adjunct professor at UPS University Dehradun, Karam Yogi Bharat board member, independent director on the board of Trident Institute of Social Sciences, Higher Education Policy Research and Strategies Foundation board member at IIT Ropar, and there are many more credentials. May I request on behalf of everybody present here, the expert, respected Kalsi sir, to please share your insight on the theme of the session through presentation. Thank you very much.
Very distinguished delegates, honorable vice chancellors, very distinguished speakers on the dais, friends, I will discuss very briefly about the multidisciplinary education and research in the universities with the integration of skilling and industry connect. Now, India has a large ecosystem. What I want to tell you is that we have to look after 4.5 crore higher education students who are in 1340 universities, and there are 58,000 affiliated colleges. And our policies will have to be implemented in all these institutions. We have a large workforce, more than 63 crores. Only 20 crore has some skills or semi-skills, I would say. There is a large population who is not in education, employment, or training, 11.7 crore. We'll have to look after these people also, and they will have to be given opportunities in our higher education ecosystem. And this number is going to grow to 10 crores by 2035. Look at the role of the state governments. There are private universities, 502, state universities, 495, almost 1,000 out of 1,340. That's a large number. And 92% students are in these state universities. चोट तो नहीं लगी? अच्छा, चल. So out of these 92% students in the state universities, the number of students in private universities are even more. Out of 90%, about 65, 70% students are from the private universities itself. So we have to take care of these institutions also. Now, all HEIs will have to collaborate with all the key stakeholders in education, skilling, industry, and employment ecosystem. So you have multidisciplinary education and research universities. You have innovation and startup ecosystem. You have industry collaboration and real-time problem-solving projects, which are extremely important. Out of all these stakeholders, we have to connect with all these stakeholders. That is absolutely true. But then, specifically, we'll have to concentrate on innovation, startup, as well as industry collaboration. Quickly going through the enabling provision in NEP and NCRF for multidisciplinarity and for research in higher education institutions. Now, there are 16 main points to be implemented by every university if somebody says that we have implemented NEP 2020. So, holistic education development, integration and prioritization of all learnings in academic education, vocational education, and experiential learning, removal of hard separation, and then designing your courses with learning outcomes, competency-based assessments, multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity in education, flexibility and choice of career pathways, MIMI options, mobility between general and vocational education, faculties, professional development, quality and innovation. Similarly, focus on employability skills and entrepreneurship skills, future technology and future of work skills. Also the skills on Indian knowledge system, promoting digital and online education, blended learning, open distance learning, use of technology, multilingualism, that is education in all languages, assignment, accumulation, transfer, redemption of credits, APAR ID, ABC, inclusion and equity, recognition of prior learning, lifelong learning, and internationalization. So these are the 16 basic parameters which will have to be implemented by every university when you actually implement the whole thing. Now, the pathways to education excellence, I would say innovation is multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity education, plus skills, plus research. Unless you get into interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary mode, and you add some skills, plus some research work, no innovation will happen. And that is why it's very important, number one, multidisciplinary and integrated skilling. Then OB and modular learning, employability skills, future skills, online learning, credit management, industry collaboration. So I'll go one by one. So some of the major components which are extremely important for innovation and research. You have knowledge, you have skills, you have professionals learning, which is also Bloom's taxonomy, and you have aptitude. And these components are there irrespective of the subjects you are teaching. So how you actually integrate these into your subjects? No, that is the basic question. So you have to focus on cognitive processes, on knowledge plus skills plus research, and that is what is going to bring you innovation, IPR, and socio-economic development, plus most importantly the wealth creation. Now on this matrix, most of the institutions are operating in first 6 quadrants, but you have to cover not only the first 6 but first 9 and then 12 and then ultimately 24. That's how you have to move. And you are doing this precisely by moving on to the national credit system. This is where it helps you, that you can integrate your national curriculum framework and national higher education qualification framework with national skill qualification framework. You earn your knowledge on x-axis, you learn your skills on y-axis, and you have your experiential learning on z-axis. And then you add credits from all these 3. And that's when you create the new degree programs which are more relevant to the industry, which actually can create innovation and research. So 1,200 hours of learning per year, and you follow the formula of 15, 30, and 45. Most importantly, up to 50% of the credits for any program can be earned from skill-based courses. So that is the most important. Now, we have been hearing about this multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary education, but there is a big difference between the 3. So interdisciplinary is something which some universities are doing. Multidisciplinary, most of the institutions are doing, where you study different disciplines together, but the disciplines remain distinct. There is limited interaction between these disciplines. Each discipline retains its distinctive identity, and there's a broader knowledge from diverse fields. But when you go interdisciplinary, then there is integration of knowledge and methods both. And there is blending of concepts and methods to create interdisciplinary understanding, combining theories, tools, and techniques. Crossover, the disciplines, they actually cross over and integrate to address the shared values and the issues. And new knowledge or perspectives are created by combining disciplines. Whereas you go transdisciplinary, it involves actual real-world problem solving by transcending disciplinary boundaries. And they may also include non-academics and collaborators. And it has a holistic approach aiming to solve even societal and global issues and practical solutions to real-world problems, transcending disciplinary knowledge. Similarly, complexity-wise, obviously the transdisciplinary is highly complex. And there are examples if you're studying different subjects and you are actually getting into, say, biotechnology, so biology plus chemistry, that is interdisciplinary. And transdisciplinary, when you actually solve a climate change issue, climate change research, where you have scientists, you have policymakers, you have local communities. And similarly, pedagogical goals are different. Assessment methods also are different, and suitability for a different kind of people who really want to solve the issues, global issues, especially the industry. They will look for transdisciplinary education in every institute. Some of the examples of the interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary subjects I am giving you, in subjects like even BA Political Science, so digital advocacy, campaigning, AI applications in political analysis, negotiation, diplomacy skills, leadership and management in politics, so on and so forth. Similarly, you can look at BCom. Again, you can have various subjects in BCom which are interdisciplinary. I'm just giving you an example. I will leave a copy of the presentation, and there is a detailed presentation only on the interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary skills which are possible. About 150 have been identified, and you can work on those along with either other universities or within your own university amongst different departments. So biotechnology, bioinformatics. Similarly, if you have cross between biotechnology and social sciences, the kind of subjects which come up, they are even more different. Okay? Bioethics and biotechnology, public health and biotechnology. Now, these are the subjects which are actually solving the global problems. Okay? So I was looking at the emphasis on research. The NEP gives and then interdisciplinary research and innovation in higher education. Also incorporating research at UG and PG level, research in emerging and disruptive technologies, collaboration with industry, research and development, innovative funding and research, digital infrastructure for research, then integration of Indian knowledge system and research, and also research in how to educate, education as well as pedagogy. So this is one area which is very much ignored. And I was also looking at the teaching university, the research university, and the research cum teaching university. Since we have shortened the presentations, I'm not going to go into details of this. Only thing I'll do is I'll leave a copy with you people, and I'll straightway come to the summary of it. A research university basically concentrates on research, patents, and PhDs, whereas teaching university is instructions and pedagogy. And research cum teaching institution will have to balance between research as well as between teaching. And there are few examples which I have quoted. I think most of the Indian universities are research cum teaching institutions, and we have to take it like that. Now, looking at the research issues in India, one of the biggest problem which I have, if I compare it with US, is that US spends 3.1% of their GDP on R&D, Japan 3.2, Germany 3.1, China 2.4, India is 0.7. And then there are focus areas which differ. Industry academia collaboration, it is very limited in India. Then role of the government also, though it is increasing through now ANRF and NEP 2020, we are trying to increase it, but there has to be a stronger role of the government. Then innovation hubs, we'll have to think about more hubs. Right now we have 3-4 of them. IP protection laws will have to be better. Global research collaborations we'll have to think about, though they are growing, and there is a large the partnerships in IT, space, and healthcare, but this needs to really go up further. And similarly, skilled workforce, entrepreneurship ecosystem, sustainability focus, healthcare research, defense and space, and public-private partnership. Now, these are some of the important areas, 19 areas which have been identified while comparing. And these countries have been compared on this matrix of 19 versus 5, okay? So you can take your learnings even from this information. Similarly, UGC has come up with the guidelines on the institutional development plan. Now here again, you will find a very clear focus on research, innovation, growth, intellectual property, and supportive enablers. That is level 4, okay? And if you really expand it, you see large number of sub-components within those enablers. And I would request all of you, you would have created your IDPs, but now is the time to revise it, because it's a sort of a rolling plan for all of you. It's a 15-year plan, and then you revise it every year for next 5 years. And depending upon your resources and depending upon your appetite and appetite of the industry, you have to really keep revising it. And there are basic ingredients of an excellent research infrastructure in every university, which you'll have to ultimately establish. Strong institutional research culture and leadership, sustainable and diversified research funding, student involvement and research training, strong ethical and research integrity standards, technology-driven research advancements, high-quality research infrastructure, faculty and researchers development programs, collaborative research ecosystem, research output and knowledge dissemination, and performance matrices and global recognition for your research projects. Now, coming to how you actually implement within your institution. Right now, the multidisciplinary education and integration of skilling in universities, the new NCRF, the new NEP and the NCRF combined they allow you to go for any kind of learning within your UG and PG programs. You can have lectures, practical, skill-based courses. You can have courses which are aligned with industry. You can have NHEQF-aligned courses, NSQF-aligned courses. Similarly, you can have project work in industry, in a startup. You can have 6 months on-the-job training in industry. You can have internship, could be long-term, could be short-term, could be project work-based internship. You can have apprenticeship. Apprenticeship has been allowed for the first time in higher education. The only limitation, I would say, the check here is that you can have credits from online learning, from apprenticeship learning, from recognition of prior learning, and from internship. But these credits should not be more than 50% of the total credits which you are giving. That's the only condition. So up to 50%, you can actually implement this. And some examples of the lectures and classrooms, the learning hours per credit, and what is typical credits in a semester or in a year that has been given. So lecture classrooms, assignment and self-study, then class projects, or group or team collaboration work, or field works, internship, whether short-term or long-term, and then apprenticeship. And apprenticeship could be 600 hours, but that is 1 semester or 2 semesters. So that is possible. Similarly, you have capstone projects, you have dissertation, and this can be in 2 parts, up to synopsis, and then full project delivery. Similarly, online courses, courses from the multinational companies, employability skills, whether in the form of micro-credential, nano-credential, or short-term online courses. And even community services can be creditized. Now, this is a typical work which I have proposed for learning hours per credit in a semester or in a year for different programs. Similarly, essential skills for navigating the future of work, adaptability skills, ethical skills, technical and digital skills, interpersonal, social skills, cognitive analytical skills, and then integrating future skills into your curriculum design, into blended learning, and into stackable gnosis or stackable micro-credentials. So that is something which concept has been created by UGC and now it is in place. You can do it. And if you talk in terms of soft skills, no, there are soft skills which are available to you. You can pick up these skills from either the NCVT site, you can integrate them within your curriculum without a problem. Similarly, there are a large number of technical skills, AI, data science, cybersecurity, 3D printing, digital finance, green energy, IoT, robotics. And these are available for integration into your curriculum as and when you want, whichever curriculum. And more than 500 courses, they are ready. They are available on the National Qualification Register. You don't have to take anybody's permission. Just pick up the curriculum from here and put it in your curricular structure, get it approved by the highest academic body, and you start implementing these skills. Now, these skills are already available. Similarly, India has identified 10 other areas which are impacting every aspect of the Indian businesses. So you cross these 10 skills with every aspect: health, manufacturing, automotive, finance, education, construction, environment. There are 60 kind of sectors with which you can cross it, and then you can create your skills which are required by the industry. However, for creating this, you'll have to sit down with the industry and then do it. Now, UGC has also come up with a very innovative method of integration of the skill education into higher education. Now, there's a major stream. The example has been given for 3-year and 4-year course. Major stream, you can have 50% credit in the major scheme. You can have 2 minors with 10% credit each. Then you can have multidisciplinary courses. You can have skill courses which are ability enhancement or skill enhancement or value-added courses, or even summer internship. No, these are just examples. So for example, here it is given 2 to 6 credit is summer internship. So that means it is a 2 months internship. But you can go up to full 6 months internship. So that means 20 credits. You can go up to 20 credits. Similarly, research projects and dissertation, you can have 12 to 24 credits. And 50% of any one of these could be these skill-based courses, which are possible. Similarly, there is a method of integrating the skill education through the National Skill Qualification Framework qualifications or National Skill Qualification Framework, or even school education. If you want to do it for diploma, then even school education, it can be done. I'm not going to go into detail, but I'll tell you that as of today, as we stand here, we have 2,685 qualifications which are available, which are suitable for higher education, level 4.5 and above. And these qualifications, they have all kinds of variants. Future emerging qualifications, MNC qualifications, NOSes and macro credentials, then multi-sectoral skill qualifications, cross-sectoral skill qualifications, then multi and cross-sectoral both, and then standalone NOSes and standalone macro credentials. So all kinds of possibilities are there for you to integrate. And you can just put it in your curriculum. I would also like to say that once the basic accreditation framework comes in, again, this has, all these factors have weightages here, especially student outcomes, research and innovation outcomes, sustainability outcome, and green initiatives. Also learning, teaching, extended curricular engagements. These are very important. So curriculum and faculty resources are obviously there. So you'll have to keep this in mind, that you have to actually implement the multidisciplinary and skill-based courses. And finally, I would say design and offer multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary education programs, integrate skills with education, engage in real-life problem-solving projects in collaboration with industry, focus on interdisciplinary research and innovation, IPR, startups, and wealth creation, collaborate with industry on cutting-edge technologies, research and skill development, and support policies to support all above. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. आपने हम सबको NCRF के वेरियस प्रोविजंस, उनका 3 डायमेंशनल अप्रोच, रिसर्च एनेबलिंग प्रोविजंस ऑफ NEP, रिसर्च वीज़ा 5 कंट्रीज़ का 19 वेरिएबल्स पे किस तरह से कंपैरेटिव स्टेटमेंट शेयर किया, और उसके साथ साथ स्किल कंपोनेंट एंड स्किल वर्टिकल एंड डोमेन, व्हाट इज़ अवेलेबल टुडे एंड व्हाट इज़ लाइकली टू कम इन द फ्यूचर बताने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं कि इस थीम पे MOE द्वारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड एक ग्रुप जिसमें यूनिवर्सिटीज़ थी, कोऑर्डिनेटिंग SPDs, स्टेट प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टरेट ऑफिसेस थे, UGC से थे, और इसमें यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ केरला, भारतीयार यूनिवर्सिटी, संबलपुर यूनिवर्सिटी, सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी, विनोबा भावे यूनिवर्सिटी और कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ एक ग्रुप बनाया गया, और कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी ने इस ग्रुप को कोऑर्डिनेट किया, और उनके माननीय वाइस चांसलर साहब हमारे एक्सपर्ट हैं जो ग्रुप के बिहाफ पे आज प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे कि किस तरह का आउटकम इस थीम पे फाइनलाइज हुआ है. बैकग्राउंड पेपर, कंसेप्ट पेपर के साथ प्रेजेंटेशन. मैं उन्हें इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहूँगा. Professor Somnath Sachdeva ji is working as a Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University since November 2020. Under his leadership, the university became Haryana's first and the only university to achieve state university as A++ NAC grade. University has launched 23 new academic programs and successfully implemented the national education policy across its UG and PG curriculum domains. Under his leadership, Kurukshetra University is also ranked first among the government universities in the National Cultural Festival held in 23-24. He is also holding the officiating charge as Vice Chancellor at Chaudhry Ranbir Singh University, Jind, and also held the officiating role as Vice Chancellor at Sri Krishna Ayush University, Kurukshetra. An alumnus of Kurukshetra University and doctorate in civil engineering, Professor Sachdeva has 38+ years of experience in teaching, research, consultancy, and administration. He has supervised more than 75 PG, MTechs, and PhD scholars, authored 100+ research papers, 3 books, 6 book chapters, and received Best Paper Awards in the country and the USA. He has also undertaken numerous R&D and consultancy projects, particularly in the highway engineering and instrumental in Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana implementation in terms of rural road projects worth 2,000 crores. He serves as a consultant to government and private bodies and is a master trainer in road safety. Particularly for the Kurukshetra domain, he has been contributing many initiatives in terms of infrastructure and social projects, including the Krishna Circuit, skill centers, which empowers 800 plus rural women. Sir continues to be a leader in enhancing the quality of higher education and effective implementation, not only in the region, state, but also across the country. And I request sir to please share presentation as prepared by the group. Thank you very much.
आप सबको सादर नमस्कार। इस 2 दिवसीय नेशनल वर्कशॉप ऑन मेरू अंडर PM-USHA के तीसरे सत्र में आप सबका स्वागत, अभिनंदन। अभी डॉक्टर कलसी ने एक बहुत कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्रेजेंटेशन आपके समक्ष दिया। मेरे साथ स्टेज पर डॉक्टर अविचल कपूर जी हैं, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी UGC, जिनके बारे में सुबह प्रोफेसर M जगदीश जी ने कहा कि अगर आपको हमारे जो अप्रेंटिसशिप एम्बेडेड डिग्री प्रोग्राम है उनके बारे में जानना हो तो ही इज़ द राइट पर्सन ऑन दिस स्टेज. यू कैन सी हिम नाउ. And moreover, I find in this August gathering, we have got stalwarts of education sector present, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe ji and Professor M. Jagdish. It is really an honor for me to make this presentation in your presence. And I'm really thankful to Shri Sunil Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Education, for giving me this opportunity to be making this presentation before this August House. The theme of this session is holistic education through integration of skilling and industry connect, a roadmap via National Higher Education Qualification Framework and National Credit Framework. And this presentation that I'm going to make before you, this is the outcome of the real hard work put in by my 5 fellow universities. These are University of Kerala, Bhartiyar University, Tamil Nadu, Sambalpur University, Odisha, Saurashtra University, Gujarat, and Vinoba Bhave University, Jharkhand. I'm really thankful to the team members of all these 5 universities. We know that NEP 2020, it was launched in July 2020, and we have various documents that guide us for the implementation of NEP 2020, including National Credit Framework, National Higher Education Qualification Framework, and the Standard Operating Procedures on NCRF and UG and PG Curriculum Framework, UGC Internship Guidelines, and we have got apprenticeship embedded degree programs. And with the help of these guidelines available in these documents, we are implementing and in the process of fine-tuning the industry connect and skilling so that we can provide holistic education which is envisioned in the NEP 2020. We see in order to provide the holistic education under NEP, various new kind of courses have been introduced, which are, as we know, multidisciplinary courses, skill enhancement or vocational courses. We have got ability enhancement courses, and then we have got the value-added courses. And in order to have a smooth implementation of these various additional courses, we have these guidelines which are available to us. The purpose is, through these additional courses, we can have well-rounded individuals. The students who pass out from the university, the colleges, they are developed in a well-rounded manner, and ultimately we aim to become a global knowledge superpower in the world. So this is what we envision through the NEP 2020. Let us see the important regulatory provisions for skilling and internships that are available in the guidelines of these documents. Up to 50% skilling in higher education as per National Credit Framework we can have. And similarly, up to 50% apprenticeship as per apprenticeship embedded degree programs. Of course, for this, we may have some kind of MOU with the Board of Apprenticeship Training, which through National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, NATS, which has got a portal, tries to connect the students with the relevant industry and help in placing the students in the relevant industry. Or we can have our own, at the university level, we can have MOUs with the specific industry, with specific skill sets that we are aiming for, and we can work out this kind of program under this apprenticeship embedded program. We can have skill-based courses as part of the curriculum, like we have done it in Kurukshetra University. We have integrated these skill courses and the vocational courses as a part of, in the structure of the curriculum itself, or we can have it as add-on courses in the form of some micro-credentials. Professor M. Jagdish was telling us just a few minutes back that on the SWAM Plus portal, many of these courses are available which are NSQF compliant and which are as per the demand of the industry. So we can make use of these courses which are available for these micro-credential or for the skill courses. In the NEP, we have the provision of internship also. 4 to 6 week mandatory internship is there for UG programs as per our curriculum and credit framework for UG programs. And in Kurukshetra University, the model that we have adopted, we have given the multiple entry exit option to the students. So before exiting, the student has to mandatorily take this 4 to 6 week internship. So that produces a big challenge also that I'll be discussing in the later slides. So this provision is made as a part of the curriculum. Mandatory internship is there. And of course, we can have integration of skill-based degrees. If a student is coming from some kind of, say, the vocational program, certificate, or the degree, that can be properly integrated with our conventional degree programs, and the recognition of prior learning in the higher education. Of course, we are in the process of formulating the guidelines how to have proper recognition of these prior learning and can give the benefit of transfer of credits for the prior learning. As far as in-house skilling is concerned, linking skills to the job market, there are certain challenges we have listed here in the form of pain points. Higher education institutes or their faculty are not professionally equipped to develop or run skill-based courses, or for mapping these courses as per the requirement of the industry, or as per the, say, the national occupational standards, or with occupations in line with learners in higher education. So for that, we need the help of some kind of expertise. These national occupational standards, they define the required knowledge, skill, and behavior for a particular job. So that slightly the faculty, incumbent faculty, they find it difficult. And another one is that no standards are available for occupations that higher education institutions, students, preferred in the past that are non-vocational in nature. So there are many, you can say, the occupations which are even outside the list of the national occupational standards. Say a person has joined as a research associate or a teaching associate. So for that, what kind of, say, the skilling should be there? What is expected of him? That is not as per, say, the standards are not available for that. The solutions lie in the fact that skill-based courses may need recalibration for a more practical, pragmatic approach as per demand of the industry, and thoughtful approach with active engagement of industry experts. We can have the capacity building of the faculty in higher education institutes, and we can take on board the skilling experts in our higher education institutes. Now here one thing I want to emphasize, that in addition to skilling, we should also focus more on training on entrepreneurship. Skilling usually leads to self-employment. if we want to generate large employment in the country, which is need of the hour, because we know that the government jobs are only about 2%, even less than 2%. 6 to 7% are the jobs in the private sector, the corporate sector. Remaining 15% jobs are in the, say, the contract workers, another 15-20% are the casual workers. Rest of the employment comes to the self-employment, entrepreneurship, maybe from the MSME sector, from the agriculture sector, and so on. So we need to build an ecosystem where entrepreneurship, wherein the skilling, the skilled person further becomes an entrepreneur, only then we can have the large kind of employment being generated in the country, which is need of the hour. And in the NEP, we have introduced this 4 to 6 week internships. It's a big challenge because it is mandatorily introduced, and there are certain challenges that I wish to bring out before this August House. The challenge is in respect of how to absorb the large number of students. The one thing is that the universities have implemented, like my university has already implemented NEP. This year only, we are into the second year of my affiliated colleges. 23-24 session we implemented. This year, almost 75,000 students of my university alone in Haryana have to be absorbed for internship, 4 to 6 week internship. Of course, on our own, we are trying our best that they are absorbed. But the industries are not coming forward. Our whole of the focus is to sensitize the educational institutes. But we need to equally sensitize the industry also. So it's my earnest request to the decision makers over here, the policy makers over here, that please think in terms of sensitizing the industry also. Ultimately, we are trying to provide this trained manpower for the industry only. So if they come forward, it is going to be helpful to them also. Plus, it is, I think, it is our, say, obligation also towards our nation to help this, say, such a large number of youth that is available in the country. Another issue is with these students are also not willing because of the lack of awareness, of course, for which we are trying, and support such as paid and structured intern programs. Very few paid structured intern programs available, and almost 95% of them we ask them to fend for themselves. And they also take it as an additional cost. Me and you probably cannot understand this slight additional cost, the burden of this additional cost, but for a poor student who joins the government universities, for them, even if we ask 100 rupees extra cost, then we start facing the protest from the students. So we need to find out some mechanism wherein such a large chunk of students can be easily absorbed. There is special issue with the girl students from the rural areas because they do not wish to move out because of the social issues. The parents don't wish to permit them to move quite far away. So we have to think of something wherein the internship can be provided at the village level, in the close proximity itself. Transportation from homes to industrial units is an issue. All the buses that ply, they are aligned with the university or the college timings. They are not aligned with the timings of the industry. So again, that comes a kind of hindrance when they, especially the girl students, when they have to move out. So the solutions lie, create internship pathways for students. Guidelines need to be created, clear-cut pathways like what is expected of them need to be given to them. And similarly, the government, the social sector, and especially the rural and the suburb areas, they should be sensitized for providing immersive internship through projects. Students can work on these near to their homes only. We have tried in our university, like we are encouraging all the principals of our affiliated colleges that please ask your students to take up this internship on the social issues. There are more than 400 government schemes which are implemented. We can study the effect of any one of these schemes in various areas. That could be, say, one kind of social project that can be given to the students. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, what is the impact of this particular scheme in their village or around their village? Water level is going down, they can take up this project. So like we can have various kind of social projects wherein the students are working. Only thing that we need to ensure is that student is not coming up with some kind of forged certification after this 4 to 6 weeks time. We are really apprehensive. We are trying our best that this does not happen. And we are trying to involve as many stakeholders as possible in this process. My earnest request is that probably it is a time wherein on the part of the government some guidelines be issued for the industry of the state, that they also need to create positions for these interns. Maybe they are not paying anything, but they need to create the positions for this. And similarly, we have got this 3-semester internship in the apprenticeship embedded degree programs. Say out of 6 semesters, if it is a 3-year course, say 3 semesters you can devote for the internship. And similarly, integration of skill-based degrees and RPL in higher education. Whenever we try to admit the students, we always ask for some kind of prerequisite kind of qualifications. It's the time where we start opening up and do away with this kind of practice. Maybe we have to conduct some kind of entrance test for this. If a student of English wants to do some, say, PG course in the mathematics, it should not be denied, and we should try to evolve the mechanism wherein we test the mathematical knowledge and then permit the students to take up that particular course. Similarly, we have got this industry academia connect. It's a big challenge, and I think here we also need to take up the steps wherein we are able to sensitize the industry equally as well. And we have the solutions also for this, wherein we find that capacity building of all the stakeholders, the students, higher education institutions, and industry regarding internship should be taken up. Higher education institutes can create paid internship options within higher education institutes itself. There are many options that can be created in the institute itself. We can have portal by state governments, similar to PM internship portals, to include local MSME sector and the short-term and the long-term internships. Paid internships should also be encouraged. And similarly, the government at state level may make it mandatory for industry to provide internships depending on the size of their manpower. And we can have some short-term, medium-term, and the long-term goals that I have listed over here to address all these issues. Like in the long term, I have mentioned that industry internship portals can be created at the state government level also. So I would be closing my talk just on these, say, summarizing these 4 points that we should try to provide the education, which is the, say, the vision of NEP also. Education should be such that it leads to enlightenment. Not only the subject knowledge, but also it should be able to enrich the intelligence and the wisdom of the person. We should be able to provide innovation to impact. If we want to impact in a big way and really want to become a global knowledge superpower in the world by 2047, then R&D and the research are the key factors, and skilling for self-employment and entrepreneurship to employment generation. And we usually use one slogan whenever we talk to the persons in the social society, गांव शहर की एक पुकार, उद्यमिता और स्वरोजगार. And I think these are the 2 key issues that we need to address in order to make best use of our youth power, which we are having the largest in the world at the moment. Almost 65% of the population is below 35 years at the moment, and between the age group of 15 to 29 years, we have as many as 37 crore youth with us. And if we really want to make use of this large strength of ours, this is how we can make use of it. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
पूरे ग्रुप के आउटकम को सर शेयर करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. नाउ द फ्लोर इज़ ओपन फॉर क्वेश्चंस. मेरी सभी से रिक्वेस्ट होगी कि बहुत एक्सप्लिसिट क्वेश्चन पूछें और बहुत शॉर्ट में पूछें ताकि ज़्यादा क्वेश्चंस कवर किए जाएं.
Yeah, hello. This is Vice Chancellor Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. Sir, I have one question. If we are proposing 4 to 6 weeks of internship with the industry, whether industry will be ready for 4 to 6 weeks of internship? Because training a student only for 4 to 6 weeks and after 6 weeks he will go back to the institution. Probably industry may not be ready for that. Industry may be ready for 6-month internship or an year of internship. Probably we need to rethink on this.
देखिए ऐसा है 6 महीने की इंटर्नशिप हमेशा वेलकम है, लेकिन अगर बच्चा गर्मी की छुट्टी में he can find somebody जहाँ वो जाके 1.5 महीना काम कर सकता है, महीना जाके काम कर सकता है, तो क्यों नहीं? तो उसको सिर्फ स्टूडेंट को ये बताने के लिए कि आपके पास ये अपॉर्चुनिटी अवेलेबल है, अगर आप वहाँ से क्रेडिट ले आते हो, क्रेडिट लिए आपके ABC में जाएंगे। और दूसरा, अगर आप अपने आसपास ऐसी इंडस्ट्री के साथ बात नहीं कर सकते कि आपके बच्चे को कोई 1-1.5 महीने के लेने के लिए भी तैयार हो, तो फिर देयर इज समथिंग टू लुक बैक, अपने अंदर झांकने की ज़रूरत है। हमारे जो इंडस्ट्री, हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, उसके इंडस्ट्री में ऐसा एक रुतबा होना चाहिए कि उनको लगे कि यहाँ के अगर 2 बच्चे 1.5 महीने हमारे पास आ जाएंगे तो हमारा बहुत सारा काम करके चल गए, ये फीलिंग आनी चाहिए।
ऐसा है कि both these models are workable. Basically in our university for the engineering and the management courses, engineering and management programs, we have kept 6 months as per the demand of the industry. For our BA, BSc, BCom kind of programs, we have kept it 4 to 6 weeks. So both these options have been given depending on what kind of program we are running, and both these options are acceptable to the field. Some industries, they want it for 6 months. There are many sectors wherein say 1 to 2 month internship is okay, especially in the field of social sciences, especially in the field of arts and languages. We have to think in terms of say the multidisciplinary also. We have the students who are passing out from the BA, graduation, simple graduate student also. So accordingly, this particular model has been established.
Just I want to add one line. I truly appreciate Professor Sachdeva for making comment on the issues of the problems to get the industry on board. It's easy to say that they should come forward, but the hard and the bitter fact is they never come forward, no matter how much you try. Okay, I am a Vice Chancellor of Kumaon University Nainital. We have 8 industrialists as a visiting professor there. It is not because they have another one, it is a personal relationship. And we have Sidkul and in Uttarakhand, nobody came forward from there.
Sir,
so
very
I think my request would be to the policymakers, we need to make a structured program on this, wherein the industries associated with a particular location are bound to take the students. If we leave this to the vice chancellors, I'm sorry, it may not be that.
अगर प्रोग्राम तबाह करना है तो इसको इंडस्ट्री पे थोप दीजिए, वो अपने आप तबाह हो जाएगा। कोई इंडस्ट्री जो है ऐसे नहीं करने वाली, जब तक आप वैल्यू नहीं दे पाएंगे वो आपके साथ हाथ नहीं मिलाएगी, वो आप जबरदस्ती नहीं कर पाएंगे। ये पहले ट्राई किया जा चुका है।
इसमें दोनों तरफ से एफर्ट चाहिए. बेसिकली द इंस्टीट्यूशन आल्सो हैज टू मेक द एफर्ट, and I have already mentioned, I have made an earnest appeal also, that some guidelines we need to issue to the industry also. At least they should be sensitized that it is, say, they also have to play their role in accommodating such a large number of interns. We cannot make it binding for the industry, that is for sure, as Dr. Kalsi is pointing out, but they need to be sensitized.
Yeah, so just we are also participating university. I am Professor Utpal Joshi from Saurashtra University, Rajkot, and we are in the same group, and we did a series of meetings in that. So one of the challenge that has emerged in this is, like when we talk about the science and technology and some of the areas, it is easy to get like, AEDP kind of program working, apprentice-based embedded program, credit program. But when it comes to humanities and arts, it is really very difficult to, and the number of students there at the UG level are very big in number. So put them into proper place of apprenticeship and intern is really a challenging, and how to put it at the ground level or a reality, that is a challenge. So that was emerged as one of the challenge, and I mean, all participating university had the same voice, what Professor Sachdeva has pointed out, that we really need to work hard, and not only the university level, but also we have to find out the stakeholders from the government and the MSMEs and PSUs also to maybe take up this issue for us. Thank you. So this was one of the deliberations in our meetings, series of meetings that we had.
You are very right.
Even NGOs, large number of NGOs, they can accommodate these students.
True. So, but unless
देनी पड़ेगी पहले स्किल अब जो मैं दिखा रहा था आपको कि उस तरह के कोर्स अगर आप देंगे तो एक MLA के साथ इवन लोकल प्रधान के साथ बच्चे काम कर पाएंगे, लेकिन वो तभी लेगा अगर उन बच्चों को कुछ पता रहेगा उस एरिया के बारे में.
Sir, myself Dr. Hiraram from Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Sir, in Rajasthan there is so many skilled persons or skill is available in rural area, but they have no registration and they have no documentation. And after that, how can we integrate this kind of the skill in our higher education? Because they have a local integrity of the different kind of the technology, like different kind of the food, scientific food quality also.
अच्छा सवाल है आपका.
Yes.
इसी दुविधा को हल करने के लिए अभी यूजीसी ने गाइडलाइंस निकाली हैं जिनका नाम है रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग गाइडलाइंस. तो उसमें रिकॉग्निशन के लिए आपको पहले आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि वो जो स्किल्स वो कह रहे हैं उनके पास है, तो उसका आउटकम बेस्ड लर्निंग आउटकम क्या बनेगा जिसको आप टेस्ट करके ये सर्टिफाई कर पाएंगे कि इनके पास ये स्किल है. इसका मतलब जो जिस किस्म की स्किल्स को आप सर्टिफाई करना चाहते हैं, आप पहले ऐसा कोई एक बोर्ड बनाएंगे, कोई कमेटी बनाएंगे छोटी सी, जिसमें आप उनकी आउटकम्स को निकाल करके लाएंगे, उनका एनसीआरएफ लेवल तय करेंगे, कितने क्रेडिट्स देने हैं ये तय करेंगे. इसके बाद आप उस बच्चे को टेस्ट करेंगे और वो टेस्टिंग बड़ी रिगरस होगी. आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. एक बच्चा है जो कहता है कि मुझे कार बनाने का पूरा ज्ञान है, एक क्लास नहीं पढ़ा हुआ वो. आप उसको कहते हैं कि भाई ऐसा करो, ये एक मर्सिडीज खड़ी है 5 साल पुरानी है, इसको पूरी को खोल के इसको दोबारा इसका पीओच करके इसको दोबारा बांध दो, चला के दिखा दो. वो उसके ऊपर 10 दिन 12 दिन 15 दिन लगाता है और पूरी गाड़ी दोबारा बांध के वैसे खड़ी करके चला के आपको दे देता है, जो उसमें प्रॉब्लम दिक्कत थी सारी ठीक करने के बाद. तो उसको प्रायर लर्निंग, तो मुझे पता है कि इसके पास प्रायर लर्निंग है, तो उसको टेस्ट करने के लिए मुझे असेसर लगाना पड़ेगा वहाँ. मुझे असेसर को वीडियोग्राफी से के थ्रू ये कैप्चर करना पड़ेगा, एविडेंस कैप्चर करना पड़ेगा, तो मैं उसको दे पाऊँगा. सो इस तरह से ये एविडेंस आपको हायर एजुकेशन में भी उसी तरह के एविडेंस क्रिएट करने पड़ेंगे, स्किल बेसिस पे, खास करके जो गांव की स्किल की बात आप कर रहे हैं. तो इसके ऊपर ऑलरेडी एनसीवीटी की तरफ से भी डिटेल गाइडलाइंस जारी हैं, जिसमें इसका एक डिटेल्ड मेथड दिया गया है. तो अगर आप और इस पर डिटेल में बात करना चाहें तो आप बात कर लीजिएगा, मैं आपको सही पर्सन से कनेक्ट करा दूंगा एनसीवीटी में.
थैंक यू सर.
आप सभी का धन्यवाद. समय को देखते हुए ऑल दोज प्रेजेंट हियर, आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक बोथ द ऑनरेबल एक्सपर्ट्स फॉर शेयरिंग द प्रेजेंटेशन एंड आंसरिंग द क्वेरीज रेज्ड बाय द डेलीगेट्स. थैंक यू very much.
Thank you, Dr. Avichal Kapoor, sir, for moderating this session. Now I request you to kindly present the memento to our esteemed guests, Dr. N.S. Kalsi and Professor Somnath Sachdeva. थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू. और अब मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा श्री सुभाष चंद्र सारू सर को, जो हमारे मॉडरेटर डॉक्टर अविचल कपूर को मोमेंटो प्रेजेंट करेंगे. We're now moving forward to our fourth session, which will focus on a crucial and dynamic theme: employability through apprenticeship and internship, and future of work and courses in emerging areas. This session will help us gain valuable insights into how the landscape of employment and education is evolving in response to rapid technological advancements and changing global needs. We are honored to welcome Sri Rohit Tripathi, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Education, who will deliver the expert opinion on this important subject, and Professor Apparao, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateshwara University, Andhra Pradesh, who will present the group presentation, and along with him, Professor K.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Jyotiba Phule, Rohilkhand University, Bareilly, will also be honored us to be present here. The session will be moderated by Sri Deepak Vats. Sir, may I now request you to kindly join us on the dais.
इसमें दो ग्रुप्स को मिला दिया Good afternoon. Welcome to the next session. This session, there are two themes. Two groups have worked for this session. One theme was employability through apprenticeship and internship, and another group has worked on future of work and courses in emerging areas. First, Joint Secretary Govind Jaiswalji was to come as expert, but I think he's not available. So in his place, I would request. Sorry. Shri Rohit Tripathi, Deputy Secretary from the Ministry, is available in his place. So he would be sharing some views on these two themes, and thereafter we would be taking presentation from both the groups, those who have worked independently on these two themes. Tripathi.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rohit Tripathi. I'm Deputy Secretary at the Ministry of Education. I look after Technology-Enabled Learning Bureau. And first of all, it's a privilege to be addressing such a gathering where titans of our education ecosystems are sitting. I'll be talking about employability through internship and apprenticeship and the future of work. So first of all, these are the statistics about the students that graduate from our colleges, our education system, but do not opt for higher education. So the degree program that they go out after and then do not go for higher education. So the total of this number is about 50 lakh every year. And as we know in the employability report for India's skill report, overall employability is about 54% of such graduates. And the breakup of that is about 69% of the technical education, 69% is the employability for the technical education, and 56% for the non-tech background students. Within that, I think the non-tech background, this is the breakup of BSc, BCom, and BA. So in the similar range of about 53, 54, 55%. So that gives you an idea about the need for employability skills and the kind of skills that are needed for us to impart to these graduates so that they can be used in the job sector. When we think about the future of work, I think we are at the cusp of a revolution that is taking place. We have the opportunity to train the graduates and the skills that would be needed in the future. These are the emerging areas that are rapidly being transformed by the technology. So IT, ITES, banking, financial services, engineering, and healthcare sectors, they are going to gather the momentum going forward. And in these sectors, the candidates with 1 to 5 years of experience remain the most preferred by the India Skill Report. And also the tier 2 and tier 3 cities by the same survey are the preferred destinations for these employers as well. So what we need to do is to align the skills that are going to be needed in the future. So data literacy, AI readiness, cyber expertise, creativity and innovation, soft skill and communication, and align them with the job sectors that are going to be creating these jobs. So healthcare and biotechnology is one, BFSI, fintech is another, manufacturing and automation, all of the sectors which are going to be rapidly transformed by the emerging technology are sectors where we need to work on our skills with the graduates. There are 3 main work streams at the Ministry of Education when we think about the higher education. One is, of course, the policies that we have created, the regulations that originate from those policies, and then there are schemes that try to implement the vision of these policies and regulations. So when it comes to the fountainhead of the policy, NEP 2020 is the vision document which guides us for the future of work, for the skilling requirement for our graduates. NHQF, as Professor Kalsi was detailing earlier, and NHEQF, they align the higher education system with the international benchmarks, and they align the skill and academic requirements in one framework, one unified framework. UGC has come out with regulations for AEDP and IDP guidelines, so apprenticeship embedded degree program, which was simplified just a month ago to onboard more higher education institutions. And then there is sustainable industry linkage guidelines. AICTE internship policy has been formed. And then there are schemes such as NATS, so National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, PM internship scheme, National Internship Scheme by AICTE, and SWAYAM Plus for imparting courses for these kind of skills so that the industry can employ these graduates. These are the highlights of NEP on skill and employability. So it promotes holistic and multidisciplinary approach to education. It includes the combination of academic and skill development. And promotion of apprenticeship is also a key area where NEP focuses. NSQF and NHEQF have been deliberated before me, but this is a high-level summary of NSQF, which aims to define competency-based learning outcomes and tries to ensure mobility between academic and vocational streams. So the stigma related to vocational scheme is removed. This is a National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which basically establishes a unified framework for all of the things that any graduate or any learner does in course of its journey, and establishes equivalence between skill and academic journey. This is a table which shows you how that equivalence can work across level 1 to level 8. This does away with the silos between these different types of imparting knowledge. UGC, again, as I've said earlier, AEDP guidelines have been simplified further. The guidelines for industry institute linkages have been established, and the credit framework for online learning through SWAYAM has been established so that 40% of the credit in a particular semester can be gained through SWAYAM courses. professors of practice again imparts that industry linkage in the academia. AICTE has developed the model curriculum in emerging areas such as AI, data science, space technology. MOU with leading industries and organizations have been signed to facilitate internship, skilling and upskilling. And model industry guidelines have been framed by the AICTE. And there's a mobility framework, again launched by AICTE, that connects the theoretical knowledge with the practical applications. And guidelines for AEDP promote the internship, apprenticeship in the degree programs. Now I can come to the NATS and other key schemes that are launched by the government. NATS is the apprenticeship training scheme, which provides on-the-job training to the graduates, ADP students, as well as diploma holders. PM internship scheme, again, provides the opportunity for internship for selected companies in our country. And PM National Internship Scheme portal by AICTE is a digital platform which provides the matchmaking between the students and the industry. SWAYAM Plus is a platform, an e-learning platform where we have partnered with leading industries to provide the kind of courses which will upskill the students to land a job in the competitive job market. I will go into detail of National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, which is being administered through the boards in our country. So there are few segments in which the NATS intervenes. So it can be during the graduation. So that would be apprenticeship embedded degree program. It could be diploma or degree program. And UGC and AICTEs have issued the guidelines to enable all of the institutions to get these kind of programs approved by their Senate or Academic Council and roll it out. After graduation too, up to 5 years, the NATS scheme supports the graduates by providing on-the-job training. And we have also started to give credits for these kind of apprenticeships. So after you have completed your 1 year of apprenticeship in an establishment, you will get credits for such apprenticeship. It can be thought of as a skilling arm for higher education institutions, where students who have graduated can earn and learn at the same time. It is providing 6 to 1 year of industry-relevant on-the-job training, where the government of India subsidizes the apprenticeship by 4,000 to 5,000 rupees. 50% of the minimum prescribed stipend is borne by the government of India, and the rest of it comes from the industry. Other state government have provided, like UP, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha have also started to provide top-up over that 9,000 amount. And that apprenticeship is considered a valid proof of work while applying for jobs in the government sector. This is the amount, this is the minimum prescribed amount, which the government share is from 3,500 to 4,500. Depending on the level of qualification, and the total minimum amount is 9,000. But when you see the median, it goes up to 20,000 across industry. So this is the minimum amount, but the industry is free to top it up and pay more. And especially for the industry which are working in IT area, they sometimes pay up to 70,000 to these kind of interns, apprentices. So yeah, that's the salary for some of the institutions. So Yahoo, for example, is providing up to 87,000 rupees per month. This is a snapshot of statistics of the NATS scheme in the last 5 years. There has been tremendous growth. In the last year, we have tried to institute a few reforms in the way the scheme has been functioning. We have tried to reach out to the students which are from the non-STEM background, which is what I was showing you earlier in the numbers. So that's where most of our student body lies, and that's where the skills are needed the most. So we have tried to reach out to them, and as a result, the numbers have increased more than 100% in the last year. More than 11,000 HEIs are on the portal, more than 13,000 establishments are on there. These are a snapshot of, again, the main sectors which are employing these graduates. IT and ITS is the majority, so up to 29% of the workforce is working in that area. These are some of the companies which are employing these apprentices. So again, hammering home the same point, 7.5 lakh students are from the technical background, but the bulk of the student lies in the non-tech background, so 34 lakh. And on NATS portal, the same division, when we see, the registered number is 2.4 lakh for the students for STEM background versus 5.5 lakh for the non-STEM. And students who have gotten contracts are engaged in that scheme are 1.7 lakh and 2.74 lakh. This is for the first time in the history of the scheme that we have been able to employ more than 50% of the students from non-tech backgrounds. 70,000 students are from diploma in this. The 1.76 and 2.74 were degree students. These are some of the initiatives that we have taken in NATS. So ADP has been our focus in the last few months. More than 70 MOUs have been signed by the HEIs with the boards that administer this scheme. There has been, I think there's a bit of mistake here, but it's not integration with Samarth portal. I think what I'm saying here is there is going to be launch of AI apprenticeship program in the coming months, where we would focus on emerging areas like data science, machine learning, and try to give skills to the students in these areas through NATS portal. And the other focus area would be to expand the NATS in all of our country. So we are going to increase our physical presence in 46 districts. And we have already signed MOU with CSCs, which will give us a steady stream of students from remote areas and the underserved areas of the country. When it comes to future of work, I think there are a few sectors which the ministry has finalized to focus on: manufacturing, energy, banking, finance, and insurance. So these 8 areas have been identified where we need to move fast. And 8 institutions have been identified to work in these 8 areas and to try to develop courses which would make the skills of our graduates compatible with the requirement of the industry. So the challenges, as you are all well aware, the disruption caused by these emerging technologies is huge. I think by various estimates, more than a quarter jobs would be reshaped by automation and AI. So we need to move fast in this particular aspect. When it comes to the skill gaps, again, by our own report in India Skill Report, but with World Economic Forum as well, I think most of the employers identify skill gap as the biggest roadblock when it comes to transformation of their businesses. Automation, again, threatens the lowest skill jobs the most. And digital and social inequalities across regions is one problem which we need to address if we are to take advantage of our demographic dividend. To solve these pressing issues, I think the way forward would be aligning our schemes and programs with the principles of NEP, so holistic education, so that the student has a good view of the overall landscape in the area where he's working, industry alignment of the education technology enablement so that digital interventions can help the students gain these skills. And inclusion and access. So the digital divide and the divide in the skills that students have needs to be bridged in order for us to leverage these technologies. And these three pillars are the government's approach to take that vision to reality. One is, of course, strengthening research and innovation through launch of ANRF, the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship, which has substantially increased now. And there have been now 6 research parks which have been established. There are going to be 13 more going in the future. Industry-academia linkages. So again, India AI Mission, the Center of Excellences in AI that have been established already in 3 areas, and in education it will be established soon, are some of the activity that the government has undertaken in order for us to realize the vision of NEP. And democratizing access to the resources that digital resources, One Nation, One Subscription scheme provides the access to more than 13,000 international journals to all of the institutions. Now, when it comes to the state universities, I think it is needless to say that all of this remains on paper unless we have the cooperation and implementation and rollout in the state universities. So these are the few of the things that the ministry expects that the state universities would help us achieve. So offering internship and apprenticeships as part of your curriculum, your programs can be repurposed and can integrate ADP programs into them. Assigning credits for those apprenticeships along the lines with NCRF. Registering on NATS portal, it's a very easy process, and you can get the contract that you need to sign, the tripartite contract, through that single platform. And of course, upgrading the skill, as I've been saying repeatedly, upgrading the skill of students who are from the non-tech background. That remains the core of our student body, and we need to focus on that. And it is possible to do so. This is a table which gives you an idea, which again, Dr. Kalsi was also hinting at. So if you have a BA economics program, maybe the skills that you can integrate are something along the lines of market research, and which the course that is already there in SWAM Plus platform is wealth management, which can lead to the employability as an insurance associate or an investment analysis. So when we think of a program, we should be also linking it to the job role that that program would be able to fulfill, or the kind of course that is needed for a student to get that skill. This is just illustrative. You can, again, think about your own programs and how you can link that with the job roles and the sectors that are relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit Tripathi ji, sharing with the various government initiatives and progress made therein, and insight on various aspects and expectation from the state universities by the government. Both the sessions are relating to employability, and we know that future of work is being shaped by emerging technologies and trends, and to keep pace with it, HEIs are required to design and offer courses in the emerging areas. So first group which has worked on this employability through apprenticeship and internship. This group comprises of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule Rohilkhand University, Bareilly, and Bharati Dasan University from Tamil Nadu, Cochin University of Science and Technology from Kerala, Goa University, and Behrampur University from Odisha. These universities have worked together to prepare the concept paper, and this group was being coordinated by Professor K.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Jyotiba Phule Rohilkhand University. So I would like to introduce Professor K.P. Singh. Professor K.P. Singh is Vice Chancellor in the second consecutive term of this university. Prior to assuming the charge of Vice Chancellor, he has been the Vice Chancellor in CCS Haryana Agriculture University. He has also been Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap Horticulture University, Karnal, Haryana. Before that, he was Director of Uttarakhand Council for Biotechnology, and he is Professor of Biophysics at G.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, Uttarakhand. He has citation over 6,000 research, citation over 6,029 research projects and H-index of 34. He has guided 20 PhD students. He has more than 20 years of rich experience as academic administrator, and he has worked as executive administrative work in planning, developing, organizing, directing, and evaluating academic programs, policies, procedures, guidelines, and research and teaching extension. So I would request him to present the presentation prepared by the group of 5 universities.
So, thank you very much, and I'm honored to be here in this august presence of academicians, administrator, and I'm extremely thankful to Professor Jagdish Kumar, former chairman of UGC, because during our student life and our faculty life, we felt several urgent needed modifications in the regulations of University Grant Commission, and we used to think that those modifications could not be done, cannot be done. And during his tenure, we felt that those modifications done appropriately, and those modifications facilitated our institutions a lot. Thank you, Professor Shastra Buddeji, team of Ministry of Education. I must thank from the side of State University Vice Chancellors. Certainly we handle a great number of students, large number of colleges, almost majority percentage of the education is handled by the state universities, but there had been no communication with the central government in terms of what is needed to us and what they are expecting. I think we are thankful to Ministry of Education for providing this type of opportunity, that where we can participate, we can interact, we can communicate, and we can tell them our problems, and we can hear their expectation from us. Thankful to the government of India for providing 100 crore rupees to 6 universities of Uttar Pradesh. I belong to Uttar Pradesh under MERU scheme, PM-USHA. There are certain goals, there are certain achievements we have to achieve, and we are here that money has been given to us. We are creating infrastructure, we are modifying our syllabus, we are doing several things, but what will be the roadmap, what will be the outcome, and what is the way to reach to the outcome, that we are discussing over here. Before starting my part, I am thankful to Rohit Tripathi ji. I am also thankful to the previous session that has completed, that has encompasses a lot of things I had to say. But prior saying to this, because this is majority of the presentation is based on industry institution linkages. We are scientists, we have worked in different laboratories, in different practices, in different capacities. In last century, that was 100 years, where institutions created technologies and corporate sector has adopted or purchased our technology. But we are moving certainly slowly to an era where technologies will be coming from the corporate sector in majority, and those will be implemented in the society. Development of technology by the institution is different than the corporate sector. For corporate sector, the society is the consumer. For institutions, that is our part. We have the different feeling, and corporate sector has a different feeling. They see the society as a consumer, and in that way they modify, they use the technology. Second thing is that Indian corporate sector have never been involved in creating technology. Our corporate sector is a purchaser of technology, from big corporate sector to small corporate sector. And second disadvantage of our corporate sector is that they wish to hire a trained youth. They don't want to train the youth. So we have to think of, we are the creator of the youth, and we train the students with an expectation some of them will go to different fields, some of them will create their own business, some of them will be entrepreneur, some of them will be bureaucrats, engineers, doctors, and in agriculture field and other sectors. We are worried about them. That's why we are worried about the behavior of corporate sector. We believe that in the, I acknowledge the active participation of this Bharati Darshan University, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Goa University, Goa, Berhampur University. We had several meetings, online meetings, and Mr. Avichal Kapoor and Beena from UGC, they coordinated, and we prepared this document and this presentation with the kind help and support of all these institutions. I acknowledge to them. So there are, in my presentation, there are introduction, various aspects of employability, and majority of the things have been recapped by the earlier presenters. India have a 52% of populations under age 30. It's the biggest democratic dividend, and we have to train this biggest demographic dividend to place them at a proper place so that we can reach to our goal for a Viksit Bharat 2047. 10 million graduate annually and less than 50% employability. This is a challenge to us. We have to rethink about this. If we see the employability rate, 40 to 47%, my data may be some what differ than the Rohit Tripathi has said, because he has current source of the data. And unemployability rate is 8.1%. Target 400 million skilled workforce by 2030. We have to take care. Possible regions: less skillful, emergence, advanced technology, planned apprenticeship and internship in emerging areas, and several others. If we see this, if we see the France, shortage of skilled manpower is 80%. If we see the UK, shortage of skilled manpower is 80%. Portugal, 81%. Ireland, 81%. Greece, 82%. Israel, 82%. Germany, 82%. And Japan, 85%. India having a 140 crore population, we are also having a shortage of 81%. We don't have a shortage of manpower, we don't have a shortage, we have 50 crore youths. It means, if we have shortage, it means there is a shortage of skillfulness, there is a shortage of training, there is a shortage of planning, execution. So these are the things. These are the different areas. I think Rohit has very well covered all these things. There are two types of employability: high elastic demand sectors and inelastic demand sectors. If we see that we have employability of 70 to 80%, but employable man force is only 40%. And in elastic demand sectors, we have 20% economy, but 60% of nation manpower at present. That we have to enhance, we have to uplift the low employability to higher or a respective full employability. These are the policy support frameworks. I think Rohit has well covered all these things. I need not to cover. These are the global benchmarking models for apprenticeship globally. In Germany, we have the VET model, dual vocational education training model. 74%, South Korea 96%, they prefer employment first, college later. Oh. Yes. So, South Korea 96% employment first and college later, USA 50 to 55% industry college partnership they have, and China 45 to 50% skill plus tech school integration. India less than 2.3% largely theoretical education we impart. What we have to do? We have to make a middle way on in between of that. A strong linkage between school and knowledge and enterprise recruitments, double wing school and enterprise education system, dual identity of the students' apprenticeship, and this is the skill gaps. We have to create better industry academia environment and incentivization, and we have to expand awareness. We have to capacity building and setting up of training standards. These are some challenges, strategies. I think they have covered well. I need not to cover this one. This is the roadmap. First, we have to identify industry-oriented skill needs. Then we have to design the course. These courses may be from institutions, these courses may be from industries. Then we have to go a place where partnership of academia with local regional business for opportunities. We have to create the partnership. Then we have to assign the trainees either from the industry or from the institution side. Then we have to prepare a strategy in assigned training, how many credits, what lab courses, what tutorials, what assignments, like that. And then we have to implement them. These are the work integral learning approach, and where formal education and practical educations, we have to link up with the apprenticeship, with the internship, on the job training, industrial visits, and other aspects also. Pedagogy for the disciplines, we have fruitful disciplines, we have more yielding disciplines in its science, technology especially. But we have disciplines where there are lesser opportunities in the humanities, in the social sciences, in the languages, in the literature. We have to take care. There are few suggestions how to come out of this. I think when we discuss about the apprenticeship and internship program, this is the last semester or this is the last year program. Students is in a stress of placement or doing something. Industry understand that this is going to leave and this is his or her is last time to hear. So it is better in many of the countries. These type of programs are started from the second semester or in the third semester, and throughout the tenure of the degree or a diploma or the course, that student is engaged with that industry in a credit sharing manner. In that manner, he or she can understand well in which industry he or she is interested, going there, understanding the atmosphere, what is their R&D facility, what their GMP, what is their production system, everything. But he or she cannot go every time. We have to design whether it should be a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, or it will be a crack course of 15 days, 3 weeks or somewhere, so that industry people can come and they can complete the course within a week or 2 weeks. We have studied the case in Taiwan, where industry sponsored the students fully with the fee. And those students are registered in some universities. And throughout their course, the fee is paid by the industries with a condition that there will be occasional visitors during the summer break, winter break, or weekends, offline, online training. And after completion of their courses, with the apprentice or internship throughout the tenure, they will have to work in our industry for 1 year or 2 year, and then they can go somewhere else. I think we should think of that our corporate or industrial sector should make a management, should arrange the either from CSR or from their own kind of a things, that they should pay the fees of the students for the admissions, and they should be engaged with that particular industry or particular sector of industry in a duration of their courses, and whenever they get the time, they can go there. Second thing is the guaranteed employment of training. There will be a guarantee of them. This is one of the model, maybe one of the model. And we have to cross-link the courses, degree along with apprenticeship, internship. Yes. Weekly credit systems we can count, and there should be tax exemptions of the industries while they are doing. And we have a multiple exit or entry systems. Even industry can opt for 1 year or 2 year in comparison of their degree or courses. There should be a target of industries. We can have a sector automotive industries, manufacturing industries, rice industries, technology, AI-based industries, agriculture industries, machinery industries. We can have a sector-based courses, but these courses should be cross-listed with the universities, and credit should go to the industry also. And cross-listing of the course is very essential across the department. Cross-listing of the courses be there. There can be a course of economics plus computer science plus sociology with industry, having a different units, and that can be offered and, in the university. We also propose that majority of the universities are on the good places, but there are also universities on the bad places, like mine university. In a very poor and areas, only limited type of industries are there. Corporate sector is not well developed. Even we have the university on a worse place. So I visited. I have been there visiting faculty in University of Illinois. They have given a 100,000 acre of land to different industries, and a private builder came and he established the satellite offices of the Facebook, and all industries, thousands of industries are there, and students are doing internship in that there. We have good spaces in many of the universities. We should think of that in our incubators or in our accelerators. We should have some satellite offices, their space, and so that industry people can come, they can work, they can find the students, they can recruit them, they can select for the internship or apprenticeship. So this is also the way. In our university, we have developed a small facility because we established a Ruelkan Incubation Foundation under Section 8 company, and in that place we have spared 15, 16 small satellite offices for the industries. Then industries come there, they sit there during their time, and if they are coming for the placement, they can even have a week-long or other type of a spare to recruit them at the students. So these are the things, and I also think that there should be a regulatory mechanism like we regulate the industry in terms of manpower. There is a labor commissioner sitting there. He ensures how much laborers, which type of laborers are working, and this is their annual compliance system. If they don't comply, then labor commissioner will send a notice, and this, they are all the industries. So we should connect such type of apprenticeship and internship compliances through labor commissioner type of a thing, that every industry who are taking the license or doing the business there, annually they should have the comply of these things, because we have to go both way. We have to tighten the screw, we have to shake hand, we have to facilitate them. So a mixed type of approach. Otherwise, we will be considered that we are going to them, take their sample and get analysis and publish into the newspaper that this industry is not doing well on the record. We have to give in a very big mixed way, then industry can come to us. I don't know whether it is feasible. I think government can think better. They can understand the things. These are the draft takeaways. I will not take much time. And I think these are the things I have already discussed, that we have Indian ethos systems we need to end, and biotechnology create, and cross-listing of courses and satellite offices, campuses. We can also develop some industrial park. There was a very good suggestion from one of our partner. If university has sufficient land, majority of the industries have 10,000 acres, 5,000, 3,000 acres of lands. That is none of use, because their activities goes only in a limited way. We can consider them, and we will be benefited. And one more recommendation, we read that in every department there should be an experiential learning group. There should be an experiential learning program. In our university, we have very good experience of that. Our computer science and IT department, they run a IT clinic for entire university on a rate basis, software development, some repairing and something. We have in plant science, we have a group for grafted planting materials. They sell the things, and when they do such kind of a practice. And one more experience I would like to share. In our incubation center, we have 60 incubatees, entrepreneurs. With these 60 incubatees, we have almost 3,300 students continuously going with them. How you registered a company, what are the compliance, how CA does, how to write the MOA, how to write the AOA, how to open the accounts, what are other compliances. So they learn with the students. So incubation center and startup kind of things give more exposure to the students toward the entrepreneurship. These are the things. So this will be the earning for the Earn While You Learn scheme. Our Department of Hotel Management is running our guest house and every type of hospitality within the company, and they are earning money, and they have registered a startup on the same line. So this is a very good experience with our students. Thank you very much. My sincere thanks to Ministry of Education for first time unique interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor K.P. Singh, for giving presentation of employability through apprenticeship and internship. Now we would have next presentation on the future of work and courses in emerging areas. In this group there were 6 universities coordinated by the Shri Venkateshwara University, Bangalore University, University of Lucknow, Punjabi University Patiala, Veer Narmad South Gujarat University Surat, and Shahid Mahendra Karma University Bastar Chhattisgarh. Professor Apparao, who is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, would be making presentation on behalf of the group. Professor Apparao is a Senior Professor of Biochemistry at Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, and he is having over 35 years of teaching and 38 years of research experience. His expertise lies in phytomedicine, nanobiotechnology, and bioactive plant compounds. He has 99 publications, 3 books, and 26 PhD scholars he has guided so far. He is the recipient of Andhra Pradesh State Best Teacher Award in 22, and UGC Mid-Career Award was given to him in 2015. He has held key administrative roles including Dean and Director at Sri Venkateshwara University. He is also a Fellow of Andhra Pradesh Academy of Science. I would request Professor Apparao to make a presentation.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone. So, I thank our other participating universities, the Honorable Vice Chancellors of Bangalore University, Shahid Mahendra Karma Vishwavidyalaya Bastar, Punjabi University Patiala, Veer Narmal South Gujarat University Surat, and University of Lucknow. And the theme given to our group is the future of work and the courses in emerging areas. First slide, please. You know, there will be transforming shifts in the future of work. Most of the existing skills will be outdated. As per the Economic Survey Report 2024-25, which was placed on January 31st, 2025 in Parliament, according to the report, 39% of the existing skills will become outdated by 2030, and the jobs associated with these skills will be reshaped globally with the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, and also due to the geopolitical tensions, and 41% of the employers are going to reduce their workforce by 2030, and 92 million jobs will be lost across the world, and 170 million new jobs will be created by the end of the decade due to the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, and all these things. So the existing skills now will be outdated mostly within 5-6 years, and the jobs associated with these skills like basic data entry and manual data processing roles, traditional telemarketing jobs, manual accounting roles, and roles involving manual assembly line work, many BPO jobs, and basic software testing jobs, etc. These will be outdated, and the more jobs will be provided with the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and all. And the same economic survey report says that there is a lot of mismatch between the skills of the employees or our graduates and postgraduates and the jobs they do. Only 8.25% of the graduates are employed in jobs matching their qualifications, and this reveals a critical skill mismatch in the India's workforce. And among the educated, over 50% of the graduates are elementary or they are in elementary or semi-skilled jobs. That means they are not employed in the jobs which require the highest qualifications they possess or better qualifications they possess. And even among postgraduates also, 44% are also underemployed in low skill roles. So this is having a lot of economic implications also. Only 4.2% of highly qualified individuals, they are earning 4 to 8 lakhs rupees per annum in specialized roles, while 46% of the workforce are earning less than 1 lakh rupees per annum in low skilled jobs. So there is a lot of mismatch between the skills our graduates or postgraduates possessing and the jobs they do. In this context, there is a lot of role to be played by the higher education institutions. So there is a need to overhaul the curriculum. It has to be integrated with the emerging areas, technologies, and the higher education institutions have to start more interdisciplinary programs, and the higher education institutions must offer programs which suit to the needs of the industry. So the syllabi has to be aligned with the industry requirements, and there must be also faculty development. So the skills of the faculty also have to be, they have to be upskilled, and there must be also reskilling of the faculty. And the experts from the industries and R&D institutions have to be engaged in the higher education institutions as professors of practice or adjunct professors. And the higher education institutions also have to focus on the infrastructure development. They have to establish centers of excellence, and they have to establish modern labs, and the existing labs have to be upgraded with modern equipment, and also the digital infrastructure has to be provided. And we all know that now the artificial intelligence is the emerging technology, and it is creeping into all the domains. So the artificial intelligence tools can be made use for teaching and learning, and the artificial intelligence tools which are given on the right side. So these will help in revolutionizing the teaching, learning through intelligent assistants, so they can generate, automate content, and they can enhance the presentation and creative work, and they can optimize the assessment, facilitate the communication and accessibility, and also help in the increase in the student engagement. And these artificial intelligence tools also can be utilized for research, and those tools are given on the right side in the slide, and these will boost the researchers' efficiency, their insight, and also effectiveness, and they can be used for discovering and navigating the research, and they can be used for accelerating the literature review, and so like that the AI tools can be used for both the teaching, learning, and also in the research activities. And these are the 21st century skills which will have at least sustainability for the coming 25 to 30 years. So these skills include analytical thinking, innovation, active learning, and complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality, resilience, strong stress tolerance, and flexibility. So some of these skills our students have to inculcate. They have to be upgraded with these skills, and the future of work will be navigated through the emerging areas of study. So these will be driven, the future of work will be driven by the technology, globalization, societal changes, and evolving industry demands. And there is a need for alignment between the education and emerging skill requirements. So there should be experiential learning with application to future of work, project-based learning, design thinking, and there should be interdisciplinary learning. And the key trends in shaping the future of work are the automation and artificial intelligence, growth of the gig and freelance economy, rising importance of digital literacy, and there should be more emphasis on the sustainability and inclusivity. And there are human-centric skills also, like complex problem solving capacity, creativity, innovation, critical thinking, communication and collaboration, and emotional intelligence. And these are the emerging areas and which the skills which are in demand in the field of technology and engineering, like semiconductors, quantum computing, cyber security, robotics, automation, and in the field of energy and environment, renewable energy, green energy, electric vehicles, solar, wind energies, and also climate engineering, carbon credits, and in the field of life sciences, biotechnology, biomedical, and environmental engineering. and in the agri-tech, precision agriculture, and artificial intelligence and machine learning in agriculture, agronomy, hydroponic technologies, and in the commerce and management sector, fintech, virtual production, legal informatics, supply chain and logistics. So there must be some changes to be brought in the pedagogy and also in the training to be imparted to the students. So there should be shift from traditional lectures to interactive skill-based learning, and there should be more emphasis on project-based learning and real-world problem solving, and the adaptability and interdisciplinary thinking and collaboration has to be more encouraged, and there should be lifelong learning, and there should be scope for upskilling of both teachers, students, and faculty, and that should be the continuous priority. And the strategic pathways can be, new courses can be developed which will be aligned with future job roles, and there should be integration of emerging technologies into the curricula, and there should be partnerships between academia, industry, and government, and there must be investment in future-ready infrastructure and training. And the stakeholders like the policymakers, educators, institutions, and learners, the policymakers have to strategize national skill development frameworks, and educators have to update the curricula to match the emerging demands, and institutions have to collaborate for more workforce development, and learners have to engage in lifelong learning and upskilling. So the gig economy is also going to play a major role in the future of the work, which is characterized by short-term freelance and platform-based work, and it is enabled by digital platforms, and it is rapidly expanding as a major component of the future of work. And there must be courses to prepare the students with the practical skills, industry-specific knowledge, and policy insights. And next slide. Yeah, these are some of the emerging areas of technologies like data science and analytics, artificial intelligence and machine learning, cyber security, blockchain technology, cloud computing, healthcare technology, environmental sustainability, e-commerce, and supply chain management. And these are the courses which we have classified into the 4 streams which can be offered as either programs or they can be included in the existing curricula. So in the social sciences, there are about 21 courses, and in the sciences, about 32 courses, and in engineering, there are about 26 courses, and in the commerce and management, there are about 10 courses which can be considered to be started in the higher education institutions depending upon the infrastructure facilities and depending upon the faculty available. So these courses are provided by all the 6 institutions, participating institutions, including our university. So just I will summarize the presentation. So due to the automation, artificial intelligence, and the robotics, there will be transforming shifts in the future of the work, and there is a significant disconnect between the education system's output and the skills demanded by the workforce. As we could see, there is a big mismatch between the skills they possess, the graduates and postgraduates possessing their qualifications are not, with those qualifications, they are not able to get the suitable jobs. So there is an immediate need for substantial overhauling in both education and skill development policies. It underlines the importance of aligning academic curricula with industry needs, and there must be vocational training, and there should be continuous skills upgrading to bridge the widening gap between the education and employment in India. Artificial intelligence, automation, gig economy, digital literacy, and emphasis on sustainability and inclusivity will be shaping the future of the work, and the technological advancements that cause job displacement are also creating new job categories such as artificial intelligence specialists, data scientists, cybersecurity experts, cloud architects, and sustainability managers who will be much demand in the coming years. And during the last 10 years, there are no such experts. So the professionals across all industries need to develop digital literacy and the ability to work with AI-powered tools and data analytics to be effective. As machines take over the routine tasks, the unique human skills become more valuable, and they will be critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, emotional intelligence, communication and collaboration, adaptability and resilience, lifelong learning, and continuous upskilling and reskilling. So I conclude with this statement. So to thrive in the future of work, individuals need to acquire new technical skills, cultivate essential human skills, and embrace lifelong learning. Education institutions and governments have a critical role in facilitating this transition by developing relevant courses and policies that prepare the workforce for the demands of emerging areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Apparao, for your presentation on the future of work and courses in emerging areas. Now we would take few questions. It is requested that questions may be kept short because we are running out of time. So some short questions we may take, 2-3 questions we would be able to take.
Good evening. So this is Dr. G.N. Srinivas, Vice Chancellor, Palamur University. So with a good intention, we are introducing the industry-oriented internships and mini projects and major projects. But as far as the implementation point of view, it's
I
not
think
properly.
Mike.
So when it comes to the implementation, it's not properly implemented because of the number of institutes and the number of students coming from the institutes are more in number, whereas the industries are less. Even the industries are not coming forward to take up the students, to train the students. And our intention is to train the students in the industry, and if it is practical, if we see real facts in the industries are making it as one source of income instead of giving proper training for the students. So how to overcome this?
Professor K.P. Singh, I think you may address this question.
Yes, you are right that they are for the generation of the income. But simultaneously, they are also in a need of a skilled manpower. When your people are leaving, when your people are joining. But if we plan properly, if we create a trust between the industry and institutions, and it doesn't occur immediately, it takes time. Our governor of Uttar Pradesh, madam, she has started an initiative. She is appointing executive council members, local industries or successful industries in our EC members. So we have to create the trust, then we will be able to work with them. And secondly, we have to classify. General placement, some industry have very good R&D lab and ABL accreditation lab. Some industry have good production lab. And you should understand they are 24/7. They don't have a space they don't have time, their employees don't have time. We have to find out the way. And we have to change some regulations in giving the license to the industries. They should, many of the industry we go there, they don't have any space 24/7 in all floors, everywhere, production, everything. So there should be some regulatory measures that they should have some rooms for the apprenticeship program. They should spare their production manager, R&D person, HR person for the such kind of things. But if we create the trust, then we will succeed.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have one question from Professor C.A. Chaparao. Sir, as you have mentioned, the prospects of job or skilling in the field of geopolitical tension. As I can understand that geopolitical tension invites the international relations, the political dynamics, and risk assessment. So how we can elaborate the job opportunity in these areas? So can you kindly elaborate?
Because now in the USA, many of the present government, they are not encouraging the foreign students. They are not encouraging the foreign students to come to USA and do any jobs. And now we see a lot of, earlier we used to get a very less number of applications for the PG programs in engineering and technology. But now this year there is an increase, enormous increase in the applications for admission into the MTech and other courses. That is because of the, changes in the, USA. So that's how our students are, they are more looking forward to our universities, our governments to provide more skills and more jobs. So we need to provide the skills required for the securing the jobs in the emerging fields like artificial intelligence, or robotics, or machine learning, and the latest emerging technologies.
Thank you. I'm from Lalit Rai Mithila University, Darbhanga, Bihar. I have a question for Rohit Tripathi ji and all the dignitaries on the dais. Can we have a provision for centralized MERU portal, apprenticeship portal, where we can facilitate the applications and opportunities of apprenticeship during lying there?
We already do have a portal.
We have NATS. Can we have a dedicated MERU portal? That will solve most of the problem that is cropping up for the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes. As Somnath sir has said just 5 minutes back, that we could sensitize the industry for doing this. Can we have a dedicated MERU portal apart from NATS that we are having, which will be only for streamlining the applications of MERU universities and facilitating the opportunities that is lying there?
Just for MERU universities?
Yeah.
I think NATS portal provides the opportunity for you to filter out the kind of jobs that the students in MERU university would be looking for. So I don't think it is possible for us to segregate a portal just for MERU university, but it is possible for you to filter out the kind of opportunities that the students are interested in.
I don't think we need a separate portal for MERU University for apprenticeship, because all the universities are covered under this apprenticeship portal.
Yes, sir.
So you can always go and register over there, upload all your courses, and industry can pick up. You see, having such kind of subcategory within a category is extremely difficult. And how do we say MERU University? It is not at all a category.
Okay.
It is every university can become a MERU University. Its only difference is you have been funded. Others who have not been funded can also be a MERU University.
Okay.
So this is not a category, and I don't think we need to have a separate portal for people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating in this session, and with this we are coming to close of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepak Vats sir, for moderating this session. Now it is my humble request to Shri Deepak Vats to kindly present mementos to our distinguished guests, Professor Apparao, KP Singh, and Shri Rohit Tripathi. Before we move on to the next session, we will now take a short tea break. We request our distinguished guests and all the participants to kindly join us for refreshments. We will convene shortly. It is my privilege to remind you all to please return to the auditorium and be seated by 4:20 p.m. sharp, and we will resume the program and next session will be started. Thank you. Swayam Plus, Sathi, Apar, and Artificial Intelligence. In this session, the expert address will be delivered by Shri Rohit Tripathi, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India, and the group presentation will be given by Professor Arpan Bharadwaj, Vice Chancellor, Vikram University, Madhya Pradesh. For moderating this session, I now have the honor of inviting Dr. Diksha Rajput, Joint Secretary, UGC. Ma'am, may I kindly request you to join us on the dais, please?
इन्हीं से स्टार्ट कर दो। रोहित बी ब्रीफ, थोड़ा फास्ट करो और कम।
Namaskar. So welcome back all of you. I hope you've all had a good tea break. So the fifth session of today's workshop is on the digital initiatives in higher education. And we'll be looking at some of the key digital initiatives which have been undertaken by the Ministry of Education and the current status of adoption of these initiatives in state universities. And for making this presentation, I'll be requesting Shri Rohit Tripathi ji, who is a Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Education. Earlier, we were not able to introduce him properly. So he heads the Technology-Enabled Learning Division in the Ministry of Education, and he's an Indian Information Service officer and a proud alumnus of IIT BHU. So I would request Rohit ji to kindly make the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rohit ji, if I may, please limit your presentation to not more than 7 minutes.
All right, we'll try my best.
Thank you.
So the presentation is about digital initiatives that the higher education ecosystem has from the Ministry of Education. I think there are a few broad areas where the Ministry of Education has tried to intervene and try to make it easier for the administrators, the educators, and the students, try to make their lives easier. So I'm going to be talking about the broad architecture and a couple of schemes that the Ministry of Education has undertaken. These are the 5 focus areas of NEP. So we have tried to introduce learner-centric education, and there are a few initiatives like Academic Bank of Credits, which make that a reality. Second is digital learning and leveraging technology. Swayam Samarth, which is going to be the next session, is going to talk about that. Industry-academia collaboration, I talked about that briefly in the previous presentation. So that is Swayam Plus, NATS, internship schemes, and things like that. Research, quality, and internationalization. So these are, again, few of the schemes that the ministry has sponsored. IRINS, which is a scholarly network. ONOS, which I talked again briefly earlier. Study in India is another scheme that the ministry runs to attract students from abroad in India. And Indian knowledge systems is the 5th focus area of NEP. When it comes to shaping the digital landscape of higher education, the NEP 2020 sets the foundation for harnessing technology for all processes in higher education. So starting from admission all the way to graduation, think of any activity that a student undertakes. I think there is an initiative at the ministry which addresses that. We promote digital platforms for universal access, and we have tried to ensure flexible academic journey for students through ABC. So that's the first charge, the first mandate that the ABC has, to try to operationalize the NCRF and try to provide the academic mobility and personalized student pathways. Swayam again provides quality access to content. The content here in Swayam has been provided by the leading institutions across the country, including IITs, IIMs, and ISCs. So M Plus is industry-aligned courses in the same vein provided by Microsoft, Google, and other industry leaders to upskill their students. And Sathi provides a level playing field for the students to compete in the examinations like NEET, JEE, IBPS, SSC, so that dependence on the coaching culture is reduced. It is a free of cost initiative by the Union Ministry. So we are going to briefly look at the statistics in each of these 4 areas that I'm summarizing here. So when it comes to Academic Bank of Credits, it was launched in 2021 to provide student mobility across HEIs in the country, as well as try to integrate the various credits that the student can get, whether it is from skill or from academic source. It's based on 12-digit unique APAR ID, which creates a digital repository of credits for a student. It acts as a digital passport for education throughout the student's life cycle. There have been more than nearly 4 crore APAR IDs which have been created and mapped to HEIs. More than 2,300 institutions are on the platform. For 2024 examination alone, there have been more than 90 lakh APAR IDs which have been seeded with credits. And 3.4 crore educational records have been mapped to APAR IDs so far. These are the statistics at the national level. So as I've said, more than 2,300 HEIs are on the platform. And APAR ID mapping, credit uploaded to APAR IDs have increased substantially in the last 2 years. The policy framework under which the ABC operates originates at NEP, where it talks about establishing an academic bank of credit. To realize the vision of National Credit Framework, ABC has been launched, and APAR ID acts as the unique key which tracks the students' achievement. ABC works as a credit repository. It can streamline the admissions. It can help the institutions, the administrators, and the policymakers track the development of a student throughout their journey in the education system. And it facilitates lifelong learning. So it does not matter if I am formally out of the education system, even if I am earning or learning through SWAYAM courses, they can be creditized and put in the ABC system. And interoperability has been ensured in the architectural design of the system so that any platform can be integrated into ABC. In fact, I would implore the state universities to try to integrate their ERP systems, whatever it is that you are using, with the ABC. So whenever you are uploading credits on your ERP system, it can automatically come to ABC and there's no duplicacy of work. If you're using Samarth, which is going to be the next session, that integration is already there. You should talk to your summer team and ABC to make that happen. The benefits for the higher education institutions through ABC are equivalence and recognition of various sources of credits, simplified credit management, and facilitation of dual and joint degrees. These are the guidelines which have been notified by UGC, but their operationalization requires us to identify who is the student who is applying to your institution and where else is he enrolled in. So dual and joint degree programs can be done on paper, but having ABC just simplifies that process by a huge amount. Similarly, multidisciplinary programs that the NEP talks about would be achieved much easier, in an easier way through ABC. For students, it provides for flexible learning pathways for mobility in their journey, for secure and authenticated records through credit awarding institutions such as state universities, and it will enable the multiple entry exit that the NEP envisages. When it comes to the national level statistics, we have, according to MERU, 4.3 crore student enrollment. Out of that, in 2024, nearly 90 lakh APAR IDs have been seeded with credit. When it comes to the 64 universities that are participating in this workshop, they have, according to MERU, about 1.31 crore student enrollment, and 18% of that student body has a PAR ID which has been seeded with credit in 2024. So I think there's a huge gap which, with your help, we can fill and realize the vision that is behind this initiative. So 63 out of 64 are on ABC portal, 47 have uploaded the credit data, but within that 47 that have initiated the process, there's a gap of about 75 lakh APAR IDs where no data has been uploaded. And then there are 16 universities amongst you who have not uploaded the credit data at all. The big vision for the ABC is for it to become a digital footprint for the entire student journey. So starting from the entrance examinations, if a student with his consent or her consent gives the APAR ID, the ABC would be able to see what has been the result through the two-way communication between the entrance examination as well as the ABC system. When it comes to admission, the similar process can be followed. Scholarship, if they apply through NSP, the two-way communication between NSP portal and ABC can ensure that there is a digital trail for us to see and track the student journey. And then there are other similar things throughout the journey which we can ensure that we are getting a bird's eye view for the students in our ecosystem. The second initiative that I'm going to talk about is Swayam. It's a MOOC platform which was launched in 2017. It provides high quality and multilingual content in almost all disciplines. And the most popular in those are courses in computer science, AI, cybersecurity, and things like that. There have been 370 universities now which accept the credits for the SWAYAM courses. And again, I would urge the state universities to accept credits from SWAYAM. UGC has framed a guideline where 40% of the credits in a semester can be earned through SWAYAM. There have been more than 5 crore enrollments so far from 2017. More than 14,000 courses, quality courses are available. There have been 40 lakh enrollments in last semester, and nearly 40 lakh certifications have been issued so far to the learners. This is the statistics about the courses, the enrollment, and the adoption. And this is the journey in the last 5 years. The benefits, again, for the HEIs is to have enhanced course offerings. So it is possible that there are some gaps in the courses and the programs that the universities might offer, and SWAYAM can fill that gap. It can increase the capacity of the educational institutions to provide the kind of content that is needed to upskill our students. And of course, you can, even if you're a technical institution, it is possible for you to offer multidisciplinary education through SWAYAM by fulfilling this gap. And credit transfer enablement, of course, allows the student and incentivizes them to take up these courses so that this is creditized. Students have access to high quality content. As I told you, it has been curated by IITs and IIMs. It's self-paced learning. They can do it at their own place and their own pace. Sure. And it's in multilingual format, so there are about 11 languages in which the content is already available in selected courses. Again, when it comes to the statistics in the country, 41 lakh enrollments were there in the last semester. When it comes to the 64 universities that are participating today, it's 9.9 lakhs, so 6.8% of the students that you have. This is the performance for the last two semesters. And this point, again, I'll reiterate, so 64 universities, 38 accept the SWAYAM credits. If the 26 that do not, it would provide incentives for the students to take up these courses, and that would see improvement in their learning. There have been some new initiatives in the last couple of months, so we have ensured that the examination process have been reformed. Now universities can also host the examinations at the end of the course in their own campuses. You don't need to depend on NTA or NPTEL to do these courses, do these exams. There has been integration with the Samarth portal, which allows the students through their Samarth application to see all of the courses that are available on SWAYAM. And there is a university, again, this is an important point, university level dashboard is available for you to see what is the status of students and what are the courses that they are interested in your university. So you have a pretty detailed view of what is happening in your institution when it comes to SWAYAM. When it comes to SWAYAM Plus, this is the arm which tries to partner with the industry, leading industry partners, and offers the skills that are needed for the students to do well in the job market. There have been nearly 2 lakh registrations with 370 courses. 60 MOUs have been signed with leading industry partners. And internship opportunities have also been routed through SWAYAM Plus. These are some of the top courses that are assessed by learners. So just by having the look at the statistics, you see what are the interests of the students in today's time. So accounting fundamentals, 21st century employability skills, AI engineer, data analyst. So all of that gives you a flavor of where the interests lie, and you can design your program and integrate it in line with that interest. Microsoft, Wadhwani Foundation, and leading other industries have partnered, who remain the most popular. This is the expected, as expected, the age group split is mostly between 21 and 30 years old. Again, UG undergraduate students are in majority. Benefits here again is ensuring job readiness for students and supporting the outcomes of NEP. For students as well, it's the certification from a leading industry partner. So if Microsoft is certifying that you possess some skill, it goes a long way when you apply for a job. And there is provision of creditizing this activity as well. Sathi platform, I'd keep in brief. This is a platform which allows you, allows the students to compete for the competitive exams. For universities, I think the graduating students might be interested in SSC, IBPS, and other job-related examinations. And I think sometimes the playing field is not leveled. There are few students which have access to all of the resources, but others might use this free resource which is available. Yeah. Moving on to the steps for the state universities. So the first thing would be to try to increase adoption and usage of these interventions. Building capacity by providing a nodal officer and raising awareness among the rest of the faculty. Monitoring and tracking, I think that is the most important. Unless you have access to these kind of dashboards, unless you monitor what is the progress, you wouldn't be able to understand what is it that you need to do. So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rohitji, and I'm sorry I had to button at a lot of times too. So thank you for giving us a comprehensive overview of the digital initiatives and the adoption by the state universities and the key benefits of adopting these digital initiatives. Now I would like to request Professor Arpan Bharadwaj ji, who is the Vice Chancellor of Ujjain University, Madhya Pradesh, and he is the coordinating VC for our group. And sir, before I introduce you, I'd also like to mention the other members of this group, the other universities who are a part of this group, which prepared the outcome report on digital initiatives. So we have Professor Umesh Rai, Vice Chancellor, University of Jammu, he is here. Professor Uma Madam is here from Padmavati Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. Professor Suresh Gusavi, he is Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule University, member of this committee, of this group. Dr. Shanta Datta Madam from Calcutta University, Vice Chancellor, Calcutta University, she is here. And the State Project Coordinating Director is Dr. Firdaus Ahmed Giri, he is also here. So now, sir का थोड़ा परिचय आप लोगों को दूँ. Professor Arpan Bharadwaj, कुलगुरु हैं विक्रम विश्वविद्यालय उज्जैन मध्य प्रदेश के, and he is a seasoned academician and an administrator with over 35 years of distinguished experience in teaching, research, and institutional leadership. And he has previously held several key administrative positions, including Principal of Government Madhav Science College and Additional Director of Higher Education for the Ujjain Division, Madhya Pradesh. And he has, as an NCC officer for around 26 years, he has guided cadets for national and international recognition, including the prestigious Duke of Edinburgh Award and youth exchange programs. And his contributions to science education have been recognized with several awards, including Shri Lakshman Singh Gaur Smriti Best Science Teacher Award 2011 में इनको मिला था, and the Lions Shiksha Samman 2022 में इनको मिला था. So I would request sir to please make your presentation. And sir, another request. 7 मिनट के अंदर खत्म करने का प्रयास करें ताकि हम कोई सवाल जवाब ले सकें.
थैंक यू मैम. आप सभी को नमस्कार. मैं विक्रम यूनिवर्सिटी उज्जैन का कुलगुरु प्रोफेसर अर्पण भारद्वाज हूँ. मैं सबसे पहले जो समूह हमारा था उनके सभी कुलपतियों को कुलगुरुओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ. नाम बताए हैं, पुणे से हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर से हैं, कलकत्ता से हैं, और सभी पांचों समूह मैं स्वयं हम सभी ने मिलकर के आज का जो यह तैयारी है इसको अंजाम दिया है. और आप देखिएगा कि जो डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जिनकी बात आदरणीय त्रिपाठी जी ने की, चाहे वो स्वयं प्लस हो, साथी हो, अपार हो, या दूसरे इंटरवेंशंस जो AI के इंटरवेंशंस जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं, उनमें जो डिफ़िकल्टी है वो लगभग समान है, चैलेंजेस भी लगभग समान है. द मेजर प्रॉब्लम इज़ डिजिटल डिवाइड. As we have seen that almost 92% of the students are coming from the state universities, and most of the state universities having almost 60% of students come from the village background. They come from the semi-urban areas, and the language is another barrier. So they are very much uncomfortable with the language as English. So all the programs which are run, though there are translations are there, but they are not popularized in the way they were needed to be popularized. So, जो gap है, basically, I will request to show next slide. The divide is between, it is the divide. You can see that these initiatives are aligned with the NEP 2020 and SDGs, which are otherwise taken care by the NAC. Also, they are also talking about the work institutes are doing in achieving the SDGs. So the SDG 4, which talks about quality education, that also revolves around, that must also revolve around digital initiatives. And so these digital initiatives are aligned with NEP. They are trying to bridge digital divide. They are coping up with the 21st century skills, and they are, again, I will say, they are contributing for sustainable development goals. I will be talking first about the SWAYAM. You will find that the SWAYAM, in almost all the points, we will be discussing the challenges, and you will find that they are almost similar. The major challenge is the digital divide, limited internet connectivity and access to digital devices, resources in rural and remote areas hinder equitable participation of the students. Then technical issues are there. Of course, users and learners often find this platform with the difficulties. There are many glitches and payment gateway failures affecting course navigation and timely submission of fee, and thereby they are not unable, finally they become unable to appear in the examinations. There is some pedagogical limitations are also there. Some courses like academic rigor and subject-specific tailoring, leading to a less engaging learning experience. And grievance redressal mechanism is also not up to the mark, because most of the students, they find it not very comfortable, and if they raise any point, hardly they get any answer, and if the answer is coming, meanwhile the student, as it is not a part of their curriculum, so it must be facilitated more. We have given some way forward. There are some short-term goals are there, long-term goals are there. It's already mentioned that we have to improve rural digital infrastructure, we have to fix platform glitches, we must streamline online credit transfers, we must embed minimum 2 credits in a semester, 4 credits in a year for a student to pass the examination out of 40. Of course, there's a limit to 40. We can go up to 40% credits through online programs, but it is not made mandatory. So in our group, we found that in one of the universities, like in Jammu and Kashmir University, it is made mandatory. Almost 5,000 students in one session registered in university itself. So it becomes again difficult for a student, because at the same time they are facing CC now with the introduction of NEP, and we have CCs, many CCs now. We have semester exams at the same time they are given with the assessment process. So the students, they fail. They will definitely choose to go for the university exam, not for the credit earnings. So there must be something flexible and something must be compulsory. We have to make a balance to make these programs more popular. And the long-term goals, like each university must have, or the state must have a digital initiative, digital learning department. Like in the higher education department, there must be something like we have many scholarship cell, we have many cells. We can have a digital learning cell also in the higher education department, which will be looking after all these things that these are being observed by the universities. So all the universities and higher education institutes are supposed to have local chapters. They must appoint some nodal officer, and creation of this. Okay, next please, Vidayega. I just want to say that if it is made compulsory, and the other thing is that the faculty from the states which are showing poor performance in these portals, you will find that even the faculty is not inspired. They are not involved in the MOOCs creation. Some incentives by the state or by the UGC, if it is made compulsory for faculty members to create some MOOCs, to do something which will have a local effect, then you will find that yes, it's fruitful. The similar problems, awareness gap, language representation, faculty involvement, internship access is the problem for SWAYAM Plus, and similarly we have to carry out awareness workshops, though this is number of students is also not that high as that is in the higher education. In the technical education, we have limited number of students in the country. We have just talked about SWAYAM Prabha, but I will take only 1 minute. This is a good platform. If we carry out this Sathi, I just want to talk about this. If this Sathi is made one period of 40 minutes or one period of 1 hour, if it is made compulsory in the timetable in schools where the students go for competitive exams preparation like NEET, CUET, CLAT and other things, if there in the school education, in the school's timetable, if it is made compulsory to run 1 hour class through SWAYAM Prabha, then SWAYAM Prabha will be popularized, and these programs which are badly needed, I just went through the statistics, only 9,50,000 students are benefited. This must be, it can be crores if it is done in the school, if it is done at the institutional level. Then apart, it is more administrative reform under the digital initiative. But most of the states are going for this. The only problem is related to difference in Aadhaar card data and mark sheet data. And this AI in higher education, all of us know that this is the need of the hour. we are facing challenges, similar challenges are there in all the district initiatives, we are facing the same challenges. And in this, of course, to enhance AI facilities, we must, this is the thing which is depending upon budget also. So different programs which can be associated with the AI, which can improve use of AI in education system needs a huge amount for investment. And if AI Center of Excellence for AI, sort of things are established in the university, this will be of great use. I hope I have finished in 7 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Sorry for rushing you through because there's another presentation which has to be made. So my request to all of you is please ask your questions very briefly, 2 to 3 questions, not more than that. So we have seen the key challenges, sir has already, and also the way forward. So if you want to ask any questions, please raise your hands and introduce yourself.
Sir, related to ABCID,
I have a question to Tripathi ji.
Related to ABCID, as already pointed out, so Aadhaar is one of the hurdle for registering. So especially for foreign students who are getting admission in the institution, without Aadhaar, ABCID registration is difficult. And some of the student is also, resist to give the Aadhaar also. Recently, one of the student is appeal in Honorable High Court in Karnataka. High Court is insisted not to collect the Aadhaar. So these are issues to be considered, sir. This is only important.
Yeah, so apart, sure. For APAR, there is no fee.
Swayam?
For Swayam exams, if you help them conduct in your own campuses, it will be completely free. So,
allowed.
It could be completely free if you conduct it. Otherwise, it's 750 rupees, and depending on the category, so it can go lower to 500 rupees. You can help us get that service for free.
Rohit madam could take a cue from Central University of Kashmir. They are doing a very good work. I mean, students don't have to pay much, only 100 rupees. You have to talk to Rasool, sir. I think he'll help you. Next question, please.
Actually, I have a question for Tripathi ji. This is from...
Just one more question, and then we have the other presentation, yeah.
Yes. Professor Bhardas has proposed promote interdisciplinary and non-credit courses through SWAYAM. Generally, our students are not interested to take credit courses. How can we allot non-credit courses in case of railways universities particularly? They are not interested to take from SWAYAM credit-based courses.
See, there are certain programs in these MOOCs which are not being created. Even 2 hours programs are there, and students are preferring that very much.
In earlier session, we have discussed about NCC, NSS. In that cases also credit courses.
Which are available for without any cost. They are also available. And it is to be, just to popularize the program, we can go for this kind of thing that, okay, like there are many students, हम लोगों ने भी देखा कि 31 से 40 साल की उम्र के लोग भी इसको कर रहे हैं, कोर्सेज को कर रहे हैं. तो अगर वहाँ नॉन क्रेडिट कोर्सेज की भी सुविधा होगी तो पास फेल होने का टेंशन खत्म हो जाएगा बच्चे. If I will what will happen.
They always ask for credits.
So if you have any other queries, you can write to us at UGC also. We'll be glad to respond to your queries. Thank you so much.
One thing, ma'am, this is from Andhra Pradesh.
Sorry, madam. Madam, please, I'd like to stop you. Please write your query to us. You can email it to us. I'm sorry, there's another presentation which has to be done, and we're already short in time. So thank you, Arpan sir and Rohit sir, for your valuable contributions. Thank you all.
Sir. Thank you, Dr. Diksha Rajput ma'am, for moderating this session. We will now present a memento to Professor Arpan Bharadwaj. May I kindly request Dr. Diksha Rajput to come forward and do the honors. Now, I would like to request Shreya Bharadwaj ma'am to present a memento to Dr. Diksha Rajput.
Before we start the next session, there is a small announcement, more with the housekeeping. You see, tomorrow's program, I request all of you to be in time because we will start at 10 a.m. sharp. Because tomorrow's evening program, which is a closing function, will be attended by our Honorable Minister, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan ji. He could not come today in the inauguration part, but he will be there tomorrow for the closing function. And for that, in the closing function, we will be selecting 4 Vice Chancellor who will share his or her experiences of this 2 days workshop, key learning or takeaways from the workshop. Primarily on all the sessions we have conducted or will be conducting tomorrow. So these 2 are important for tomorrow's function. And 2 more things. One, regarding PM-USHA, since all of you have been sanctioned PM-USHA projects, so those who have any concern regarding PM-USHA projects in their execution, they may stay back for 5-10 minutes after closing of today's session, and just give us the information what exactly the problem you are facing in execution of the project, whether it is with the state government or the central government or at your own university level. Any kind of clarification required will be welcome. Since you are here, we will like to get the direct feedback from you. And last, which is very important, you all know that in this budget, 24-25, there was an announcement of Bharatiya Bhasha Pustak scheme, which will be launched for providing textbook, reference book, study material in Indian languages. And this scheme is to be formulated, to be taken to the EFC and finally to the cabinet for approval. And for formulation of the scheme, we need input right from the university. And since you are present here, and many of the university will be a direct partner in translation or creation of the books in Indian languages, so some of the Vice Chancellor who would be keen to provide input at this stage regarding their program, courses, and popular courses which need to be taken on first priority for translation or development in Indian languages. And otherwise also the input regarding formulation of this scheme would be welcome. So maybe after we close today's session, some of you, if they could stay, it will be we will be grateful to them to give us input. We have Chamu Sastri ji, the chairman Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, present here, and also Jagdish Kumar ji, the ex-UGC chairman, who has been involved right from the beginning, and Anil Sahasrabudhe ji, who has also been involved in this process. So maybe we'll have a small group discussion after today's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for these important announcements. Respected guests, the next session will be focused on e-governance, Samarth, and the expert address will be given by Professor Sanjeev Singh, Delhi University, and Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, University Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, while group presentation will be done by Dr. Sangeeta Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Uttar Pradesh. To moderate this session, I now request to Lieutenant Commander, Retired, and Deputy Secretary UGC, Vinod Singh Yadav, to join the dais. Please, sir.
Thank you. I would request honorable experts and Vice Chancellor of Coordinating University, Chaudhry Charan Singh University, to kindly come on stage, please. Namaskar, good evening. Welcome to the 6th and the last session of day 1 of this 2-day national workshop on e-governance Samarth. As you all are aware, e-governance aims to make processes more efficient, accountable, and responsive to stakeholders. E-governance in higher educational institutions refers to use of ICT methods to improve administrative processes, enhance transparency, and improve service delivery to stakeholders within university and colleges. It automates or streamlines the various operations of higher educational institutions, enables communication between different stakeholders, and promotes efficiency in various aspects of HEI governance. Let me now introduce the first expert for this session. Professor Sanjeev Singh is a professor at the Institute of Informatics and Communications with the University of Delhi. With decades of experience in higher education, he has significantly contributed to curriculum development, faculty training, and institutional governance. Professor Singh has been at the forefront of implementing e-governance solutions at HEIs or academia, mainly Samarth, and other initiatives aligned with National Education Policy 2020. I would now request Professor Sanjeev Singh, sir, to kindly make his presentation and request him to kindly restrict his presentation to 7 minutes. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be very crisp and Samarth, as a part of the e-governance framework for the higher academic institutions, it was started 5 years back and is a core initiative of the Ministry of Education that how to automate and bring the uniformity among all the institutions in terms of the technology stack. So that we can get rid of the overburden of replacing and refreshing the expensive and hardware and everything, and also how to effectively manage that technology life cycle. So I'll skip some of the non-required. So this is the journey so far of Samarth. We've started in 2019, and as a pilot we did for the 5 higher education institutions. And in the current year, we have been given the target of 10,000 institutions, and now this current year we have crossed 13,000 higher education institutions, including all the central universities, state universities, and other INIs and IIITs, IITs, and still going on. And I would like to mention here and acknowledge that Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University was the first one to give the 100% compliance of all the modules, 100% compliance of all the modules of some of the 42 modules. And they were the first one, and it was so aggressive and seamlessly. And the most important part is we had the minimal communication in implementing that. Yeah. So this was some of the statistics, and as a part of the offshoot of Samarth, we built a small module for UGC as a part of CU-CHAN to streamline the selection processes, the application processes for the higher education institution faculty positions. So this is called CU-CHAN, and it is going well, and you can see the number of applications received. And so it is bringing in the easy way of applying to all the universities with a single profile. So applicants have to go to one place rather than going to multiple places. And it was the idea of ours, from a chairman, Professor Jagadish initiative, and we did it, and it happened so quickly. These are the outcome of that, the productivity of Samarth ecosystem is like how you can monitor the KPIs of your own institution at large, and you can define your own KPIs, and the system would let you know the weekly, development, weekly progress report, and monthly, and so forth. You can see at the level of if you want to monitor the leaves, you want to monitor what is the funding utilization, and what is the status of your development, the technology, everything, you can monitor. These are some of the specific modules which are related to MOE. I'll skip that. The most important thing is that the Samarth ecosystem is fully aligned to the NEP 2020, which So any institution, whether it's a greenfield institution or the brownfield institution, any institution can go live with all NEP rules and regulation and the possibilities with this framework. So whether it's, because it is completely Swadeshi, Atmanirbhar, interconnected and unified, anytime, anywhere, and it really transforming the experiences. So some of the NEP, all of you are aware of these NEP, what are the requirements. These are the excerpts from the NEP document. So I'll skip that. So now, because I could see now most of the state vice chancellors are here at the universities, so this is the footprint of Samarth in the state. So you see the Assam, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Maharashtra, Goa, Bihar, DST, Gujarat, Tripura, Jharkhand, Odisha, and Chandigarh. So these are the states we have already working with, we have already implemented. And on the right side, you can see the upcoming states with them. We have already started talking to them for the implementation plan. Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh DT and DET, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar HED. So these are some more details about these states. So all the DHE and DTE are completely integrated. Assam, Uttar Pradesh was the most recent one. Last year we have completed the formalities, and one of our leading vice chancellor from Uttar Pradesh, Chaudhry Charan Singh University, is here on the panel. So she would share the experiences and how we have moved forward. And even then, the policy decision from the government has changed dramatically from one to another one, but how quickly all the university was made them able to roll out all those operations related to admissions was so fantastic. And kudos to all those universities. They turn around everything within no time. So this is Maharashtra, Goa, Jharkhand, and these are some of the snapshots. I cut down my slides. So I'll invite, I'll connect with you at the QA session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sticking to the time. In fact, you are way ahead of time. Thank you, sir, for taking us through the key aspects of Samarth portal and the implementation status of various states, and how to align the Samarth portal with the recommendations of NEP 2020. Our second expert for the session is Professor Nilima Gupta. Ma'am is presently Vice Chancellor of Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, a central university. Professor Gupta has also served as Vice Chancellor of Chhatrapati Sahuji Maharaj University, Kanpur, Tilka Majhi Bhagalpur University, Bhagalpur, and Munger University, Munger as additional charge. She is a recipient of many awards, including Ek Janki National Award on National Taxonomy by the Government of India, Saraswati Samman by Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, and Vigyan Ratna by CST Uttar Pradesh. I would request Professor Gupta to kindly make her presentation, please. And same request, ma'am, if you can kindly stick to the time.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it has been a very good journey, I must say, that is implementation of e-governance, that is Samarth. I am grateful to the Ministry of Education who started this initiative in the year 2019. And we took up this venture to implement it in our university. In considering the implementation of this e-governance or the Samarth portal, there are a few general things. And in addition to that, Sanjeev ji has briefed you a little about the different modules which are dealing with this Samarth portal. And what I want to emphasize is that how we cross this journey. Because when we started with this journey, and I remember the first meeting when our additional secretary, he is here, and he said that you must implement all the modules. And I still remember we had implemented only only 6 or 7. After his meeting, I took the meeting of all our IT officials and our head of the departments, and I said that we must complete this journey. But how we could do it, I'll just share some of my experiences and how the other universities can also follow suit. Since the time is short, I'll just leave out this introduction part. Can we just, or maybe, कर दीजिए इसको आगे. The first question which comes to the mind is that why should we go in for adopting Samarth? And it is a dream, you know, when we go to foreign university and see that everything is being done automatically, there are no files, there are no long queues which are present in the university. We are compelled to think that how can we do it in our university? So we have, I think we know what are the advantages that if we adopt the Samarth portal, and indeed we have been able to do some of these things and overcome some of the difficulties there. So this is, I'm just taking you for 1 minute only. So the Ministry of Education, when we were on this journey, and constantly, Sanjeev ji was also there, the summer team was there, and then we had, this is present on the Ministry of Education website. I think it couldn't play. So this is a very small video which is present, and there were about 6 or 7 vice chancellors who were implementing this, and this is available to motivate the other universities for implementation of e-governance. So the scope of implementation, that is, first of all, we must know what are the different modules and how we can implement them. Please, can you just shift it? So we have basically 5 major groups, and in that we can say that we have the base modules, in which there are 3, then the academics, the accounts and finance, the employee services, and above all, governance, e-governance. So this is the summary of everything what you have to do amongst all these 5 different packages, and it has 44 of these modules. So we were talking about 100% of implementation. There are 44 modules, and in these 44 modules, only one mentioned at number 8, that is the online open book examination, since we do not have this in our university. So that was not adopted. Otherwise, we have completed all of these 43 of these modules. Next, can we go to the next slide? So this is the base module, having 3 of these modules which are there, organizational unit type. Then within that, we have the organizational units, and then the user management. Next one, please. So I'm not going into the details because this is, it is all available on the Samarth portal. And the employee, there are 7 of these modules. The finance, there are 4 of these modules. That was the last one which we could achieve. Governance, here you see there are 17 modules. So this is represented in 2 slides, 10 plus 7. So we have these governance modules and how we can do the governance. The next one. And this is our result. That is, in the first group, we had the base modules, 3 by 3 we have implemented. In the academics, 12 by 12 we have implemented. In employee, 7 by 7. And in governance services, 17 by 17. So we have 43 of these modules which have been implemented in our university. So I'll just focus on our journey, how we could do it. So this is, in short, that first of all, when we came to know that we have to implement it, we formed a committee, like every vice chancellor does, that we form a committee, but this committee, it should be a productive committee. So in this committee, this was known as the Samarth Implementation Committee, or SIC. And in this, committee had to conduct meetings very regularly to see how we could implement it. Office orders to use the module. Then we issued these office orders so that these modules, they could be implemented. Then after issuing these orders, this was very difficult. Training of the modules, how to train them. For this, we had offline and online meetings, how we could train them. And then to enforce them. Training is all right, but how to enforce them, that they have learned the techniques, but we are not going to adopt it. So we had to enforce them, and this is how, during this journey, we could achieve our 100% target. Next. So now if you go to our website, I would request all of you, those who are interested in implementing all the modules, we have, you can see all these 5 links. The one is a Samarth portal, important URLs, which you must be familiar with. The second one is a Samarth modules user manual, which also the Samarth team has given us. Then it is a Samarth payment links through which we can make our payments. Then these videos, they are very beneficial for us. The fourth one, Samarth training videos. These we have made by our media center. They have made them to explain the entire process, not only to our faculty or our staff, anybody can make use of them. And finally, our Samarth related university notification. All the notifications, they are available there. So now we do not send any files or any separate emails. Everything, they are available on our website. So, sorry. So this was our timeline. We began, I said, like in 2022. Then we were a little slow. We started with the base modules, admission and hostel, dealing with the students. Then we moved on to program management, evaluation and grading. All other student life cycle modules, we tried to fulfill them. Then all employee modules and finance modules, all governance modules, campus services, and finally payroll management and IT service desk. And of course the CU Chain portal, we are doing all our recruitments through the CU Chain portal. Our former UGC chairman is here who initiated this, and we are very successfully, we are doing even the CAS, now we are doing the entries here through the Samarth portal only. And even which was taken by the retired people, the pensioners, they are using the Samarth portal. Now they do not have to come to the university with their documents. The next one, please. So difficulties, now it's not an easy job, because whenever we think about implementation of Samarth, we feel that there are difficulties, and I know that many of you must be having these questions and you'll raise them afterwards. So what are these difficulties which come to your mind, which came to our mind also, and we try to resolve them? That is resistance to switching. And just imagine the old professors or the old faculty who have throughout their lives worked on registers, on files, and they have not used the computer system at all. So this resistance coming up, and whenever there was a small problem, flaring it up to a very big problem. That was a very common thing, and then we try to subside them and to resolve them. And a university like ours, who is completing 80 years of its existence, so you can imagine that we have 80-year-old traditions. So to switch over, a new university can switch over to a new system or adopt it. But an old university teaching all our faculty, teaching all our employees that no, you must switch over to this modern system, it was a little difficult. Then the delay in working, that is to configure any module. Whenever we have any module, we had to configure it, and then we asked the Samarth team also to help us. So we were able to do it. Occasionally, specific reports and data were not available. To get that data and to compile it, we are still doing it. Like we have implemented it right now, 100%. But to post the old data, as I said, that ours is an old university, that's also really difficult. Then computer hardware resources, sometimes I know many of the universities, we still do not have consistent internet connectivity, electricity supply, and all this stops down the process. Then ERP training. The Samarth team provided training to the IT personnel to facilitate training for diverse user groups. We have the students, we have the employees, we have the teachers, everybody, even the pensioners, to train these different groups. That's a little difficult. And then this was a new system for students. And many of our universities, we are catering to rural students who are coming from rural background. They do not even know how to operate the computer. And to make them computer friendly, to make them Samarth friendly, that is really a little difficult. So we did face these difficulties, but I'm happy that we could overcome them. Next one, please. So the technical challenges, as I told you, data migration into the Samarth portal, customization, this is the last one, I think, configuration, and the support, we had to depend on the Samarth team off and on. Next, please. I think we'll just skip this. Yeah, this is an important one, because now since we have a centralized system, the file tracking system is really very good. If you want to know where is your file, you just open the dashboard and you can find it. Enhanced data accuracy. Often I had to return the files whenever a file came for sanction, that do we have that much money in our funds? But here we already know that we cannot exceed the limit. That step is crossed. Recruitment, I told you, Chain portal, data analytics and reporting services, APAR, gas, all these things, they are now all available on the Samarth portal, bill approval and payment. So this was difficult. We did it in the last step, and people were not ready to upload their files, upload their bills, but we have a specific desk now to upload all the bills only in our finance section. And just now, what is required now? You just log on to the Samarth portal and you see the dashboard. You know where you are, how many files are pending, how many you have to do. So this is it. So we have to just move in this direction. The last one, please. Next. I think you can just move it. The future plans, definitely we all want to adopt it. Next one, please. Yes, so this, if you want to onboard, all of us want to become Samarth friendly. So how do we become Samarth friendly? First of all, we have to contact Samarth. There's an email, very simple procedure. We just send them an email that we want to become on board. We come on board, and this Samarth team, it initiates the entire process, and then it gives us this e-governance suite for the particular institution, and then we start working on it. We have to appoint a nodal officer. That is very important in each university, who will be responsible for coordinating these entire events. And then these important links. One is, we have two of these important links. One is our own user manual, which is present there, and the manual of the Samarth portal. So we can definitely consult them. Next. So this is how we have been able to implement it, but I must say that the word Samarth means capable, and all of us are capable of implementing this e-governance, and you will definitely feel very happy. There are no files now on the table, there are no long queues waiting of the students or the faculty or the clerks moving from one table to the other. Everything is on the dashboard. Thank you very much, and I once again thank the Ministry of Education for giving me this opportunity to share our feelings and to motivate us to adopt e-Samarth and e-governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation highlighting the steps that have to be followed by the state universities for effective implementation of Samarth. For the session 6, which is e-governance Samarth, we had a group of 5 universities. The universities included University of Kalyani, West Bengal, Patna University from Bihar, Madras University, Tamil Nadu, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Andhra Pradesh, and the coordinating university was Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut. All these universities, under the leadership of Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut, have worked together and have formulated the vision document and roadmap for effective implementation of e-governance Samarth for the state universities across the country. Now I would request Professor Sangeeta Shukla, ma'am, who is the Vice Chancellor of Coordinating University. Let me just introduce ma'am. Professor Shukla is the Vice Chancellor of Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut, since December 2021. She has also served as Vice Chancellor of Jivaji University for 2 tenures. She is the Director of Indian Satellite Center of Trans-Element Institute for UNESCO, France since 2006. She has more than 37 years of professional experience in different aspects of educational planning, research and development. She is also a recipient of many awards, including Scientist of the Year Award in 2005 by Environmental Science Academy, UNESCO Rotosco Young Scientist Award in 1990. Now I would request Professor Shukla ma'am to kindly make the presentation on behalf of the group. Please, ma'am.
Session 6. आप सभी को सादर नमन. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Ministry of Education for this extraordinary effort, distinguished personalities, academicians, esteemed colleagues. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor for me to stand before you to discuss a very important topic that is becoming increasingly central to the evolution of educational institutions, that is e-governance in higher education. As a university administrator and as an academician, I have seen first-hand challenges and complexities of running a modern higher education, especially a state university. We are managing just not students and faculty, but we are also managing data, infrastructure, finance, and on the top, compliance, and striving to maintain academic excellence with integrity. So in this environment, e-governance is a necessity, and congratulations to the government for taking a view on it. Here, I would like to thank my coordinating universities, University of Madras, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, University of Kalyani, West Bengal, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, and Patna University, Bihar. We all know the National E-Governance Plan has taken a holistic view of e-governance initiatives across the country. This is a collective vision and a shared cause. And we all know that this e-governance, electronic governance, is the use of information and communication technology by government. And it interacts at 4 pillars: government to citizen, government to business, government to government, and government to employee, to integrate various functions of government institutions, systems, and databases. It has 4 essential pillars: process, people, e-governance, technology, and resources. Now, this people refers to human element. Government employees, citizens, and stakeholders, we need to generate awareness, digital literacy, capacity building, and active participation. Now, next is resources. This pillar focuses on financial human resources. We need to have robust digital infrastructure, internet, cloud services, mobile access and service, and technological infrastructure, data centers, hardware, software systems. And next, the third pillar, which is technology. This encompasses digital literacy, adoption of AI and ML, API integration, blockchain, data migration, and we need to collaborate with technocrats for technological support. Finally, the last pillar, which is the process, this indicates implementing of government processes. Now, this is a very important tool for universities because it is integrating digital technologies, it automates functions and capacities. It is a necessity between government and HEIs because it is a comprehensive tool for transparency, accountability, efficiency, stakeholder experience, and decision making. So if we implement this, the successful deployment of this will support institutional excellence, sustainability, national, global, educational, digital transformation, and this is aligned with NEP 2020. So, NEP emphasizes on integration of technology, a transformative roadmap for India's education. The initiatives are clear. So, we need to replace fragmented legacy systems on an ERP platform. Because this is transparent and efficient, we used to take many days and hours, but we can do it in few hours. Then we can monitor it. It has got strong accountability. Then standardization and interoperability is there. Capacity building enables system readiness. Change management drives successful transformation. So this will help NEP in implementing academic planning better and strategic development. Now, we all know about digital initiatives of e-governance, online learning platforms, DigiLocker, and Academic Bank of Credits. A lot has been told about. Samarth Sanjeev ji has already explained. This is an initiative of Ministry of Education because this was very important to integrate various functions like admissions, examination, finance, and with no licensing fees, and the institution can host itself and on a trusted cloud. Now, the objectives of this is very important. We should know, then only we'll we can make our faculty, students, and the staff ready. See, this is a unifying higher education services. This is achieving NEP goals. It automates admissions, examinations, payrolls, reducing manual errors. It streamlines processes, faster decision-making. Then the records which are with the university are very important. So digital records ensure transparency in academic and financial transactions. This facilitates real-time monitoring, auditing, and enhancing accountability for all of us. Enhanced communication, definitely between students and faculty, which is very important. Data-driven decision-making, and it saves time. As has already been told, there are 5 packages, 41 working modules, and these are the modules, and especially finance and accounts is 4, and services has got 17. This is very important. See, the onboarding, institution needs to nominate nodal officer, preparation of escalation matrix, then establishment of Samarth implementation committee, and then an office order has to be issued. So this slide will tell you how onboarding, a request from the request to the Samarth team. Eligibility verification, team verifies. Signing of MOU or an agreement with Samarth. Infrastructure setup. We really need government support for this. Setting up domain and server space for the portal. Then portal customization as per institution needs. The action will be this. Then admin and staff training, conducting training session, which is responsibility of the university and definitely government to encourage staff to do this. Then this can be data migration. If you want old data, it can be done. Then user account creation, creating accounts for students, faculty, and admin all. Then pilot testing, finally testing all modules before public launch, and go alive, ongoing support. We need to have regular technical support and maintenance. So this is the start, and this will result in this action. So the outcome will be administrative automation, data management, digital credentialing, and student services. Now, definitely, nothing is very easy without challenges. So this is a journey which is not without challenges. So there is a digital device, infrastructure limitations, resistance to change, cybersecurity concerns, sustainability and scalability, and lack of trained manpower. But we need to adopt. So the roadmap for adoption will be develop a clear and feasible plan, try to see that there is adequate internet bandwidth, conduct local training initiatives tailored to the specific needs of the institution's staff and users. There should be a feedback loop, and then restructuring and control. This is very important, that strategies to control customizations, and we need to have a data backup and maintenance. Now, this is some of the data, and this is a very important data effort done by all. If we add 9,246 institutions of Uttar Pradesh, we are in a very good position, because these institutions are getting connected in Uttar Pradesh with definitely with the constant hammering of our Governor ma'am. And so the result is almost 13,000 plus, the status is 13,000 plus institutions are being connected. And if we see about the outcome of the first module, almost 1.78 crore students have been registered. If we see from 2019, there is definitely a scale here. And 77 lakh active students are there. 1.8 crore successful digital payment transactions has been done till date, and more than 6,000 crores successful digital payment has been done till in 2025. This is the source we have taken from Samarth. If we look at second module, almost 1.89 lakhs employees, they have been registered. 7.02 lakh payroll statements have been processed. 4.84 lakh leave has been online, and 1.83 lakhs files have been entered and tracked online. So we are heading definitely towards there. So finally, the roadmap. The roadmap is, if there is enhanced university governance and learning, there will be ABC integration, then NAD integration, Then there will be exam integrations for central universities as well as state universities. Then we have different platforms, different knowledge sharing platforms will be integrated. Then AI-powered insights. We can use data for learning and productivity analysis, and definitely we need to have a federated dashboard with all the vice chancellors on the table. So, what we recommend, what the entire team has recommended is, we need to establish a e-government ICT cell in all state universities for integration, customization, and institutional needs. Second is encouragement from the state government with stringent timelines and well-defined policies, including capacity building and staff training programs. Then support of IT infrastructure and provision for recruitment of qualified manpower by the state government, implement robust cybersecurity protocols, stronger, see this is very important, stronger support for multilingual interfaces, and then real-time analytics and dashboard improvements. This we all need to learn about AI, and we need to have special classes. All the vice chancellors should have special classes for AI-powered insights for student performance. First, we need to learn that. Then, my submission is, if we can have a mobile-first approach, which can be developed on the Samarth mobile app, optimized for low bandwidth areas with features like attendance, fees, results, and grievance redressal. Enhance student-centric services like modules for career guidance, internship, and definitely for mental health support. We need to facilitate research and innovation. We can develop modules of project tracking, research publication, management, fund utilization, and patent filing. Definitely initiatives to be driven from top leadership. So if we conclude, e-governance is the key to modern education. Success depends on investment in tech, skills, and policies. Future smart, secure, student-centric universities we really want. It is more than a tool, it is our mindset. And it is our responsibility also to lead this transformative change and ensure that institutions are ready for the future. Last, opportunities ahead. If we do that successfully, we can have a policy push, we can encourage more NEP 2020, and we can encourage digitalization. There can be personalized learning. We can have blockchain for credentials, tamper-proof certificates and degrees. We can have hybrid campuses. And finally, we can look forward for global collaborations. Thank you very much. Let's empower our universities with e-governance. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation. Now the floor is open for questions. Due to paucity of time, we will be only able to take 2 questions.
Hello, may I? This is Ujjwala Chakrade from SNDT Women's University. This is for e-Samarth supports. We wish to implement many modules. However, my in-charge faculty, I've been talking to him even when the presentations were being made, chatting rather, asking him what could be the problem. There's only one person who is catering to many universities in Maharashtra, and many a times he's not available. So we keep on asking questions, and we need support. We sincerely want to implement, but we lack that support, sir. And it was very difficult time for us when we were processing our results of PG as well as first year UG. So at that time we were very eager to have the support. So that's, please.
Hello. Good evening, sir. From Gujarat.
City?
This is SNDT Women's University, Mumbai.
Mumbai, yes. So we are aware. So yes, you are right that there is a certain delays because now the institution has gone up tremendously, and the person who get matured in providing the enough support, technical and logical support to the institutions, they are the limited, because the training cycle is little long. Now, but we have been interfaced by the ministry, one experienced arm, which is EDSIL. So EDSIL, we are working with them to provide the enough handholding and the, all these training part to all the institutions and the universities. So dedicatedly, the EDSIL will take care in the near future.
Hello?
They are working on it now.
Could you please, could you please elaborate upon mobile first approach, what it is and how it supports implementation of Samarth?
Correct. So this has been going on for quite some time, and we have done some beta testing, but we ourselves are not happy with that because of the bulk of information is being pushed from the mobile device. So, but there is a dire need for the student side, and we have been constantly working on it, but we are not certifying any app because there are multiple versions of application and the ecosystem is work. But testing is already going on, and I think hopefully very soon we'll be come up with a mobile version for the students' interface.
Hello, sir, good evening. From Gujarat. Hello.
So thank you so much. I thank all the participants for patient listening.
Allow them to.
And I thank, sir.
Kuch question होने दो.
Okay, yeah. Yes, sir. Sorry, you can go ahead with your question.
Hello. From Gujarat, we number service is Surat. We have already registered 43 modules, but lack of the support from the summer team. And entire Gujarat is far away from summer due to the support of the summer technical team.
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, that we are creating that ecosystem with the help of EDSIL, because we need a sustainable model. Because this model is as a project mode. Now we are heading towards a sustainable model with the help of, and very soon we'll be implementing it.
Last year we have do the admission.
Sorry?
And we are failed to the whole system because Gujarat has a common admission system, and we have started in summer. The last year we had 2022-24, 25.
State University Gujarat.
State University of Gujarat. All the state university Gujarat.
No, I think a few suggestions, because there is a large demand, there have been issues they are not able to solve. You are not able to provide the online manpower for doing this. Maybe large number of sort of FAQs and how to fix a particular problem. You know, based on your previous experience of what most of the universities faced, write that up. And also short video, how to do it actually. It's not just in written form, but also in the video form, video audio form. If you do that, large number of problems which are coming to you for solving will get reduced. At the same time, maybe use bots in order to reply. You know, you can't have enough manpower to keep solving each one of those issues. Based on those questions which are coming often, you have ready-made answers from the bot and it will answer to them. They will read it, do it again. And people also have to be told that they should also become tech savvy and try to solve the problem on their own as far as possible. If something is totally out of context and they cannot fix it, that is where you should chip it. You know, that is how probably you have to go ahead.
Sir, I have one suggestion on this. Many universities have done excellently in e-Samartha. These universities can guide other universities in implementing the e-Samartha.
May I just, Sanjeevji? I think I mentioned it in my presentation also. We have made certain videos, like Dr. Sahab has just said, Professor Sahasrabuddha-ji. So we have these videos which are available on our website if you open our Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University. And we have tried, because we face this problem, like you were saying, our faculty, our staff. So all these are available, I think, and if you have any other suggestions, we can also, we have a good media center. We could also take up this initiative.
See, I think very good suggestions have come on Samarth. Actually, Samarth, there are challenges, but now we have more Samarth universities that way. So, like this Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, there are some more universities who could become the resource university for supporting other universities, especially the state universities. That can be worked out, and I think we had a session on clustering. I think this is also a resource which can be shared among the universities and colleges, at least in the surrounding, and also can happen across the state and country. One important thing which is coming up, I think many of the states have a common admission portal. Like Andhra has, I think Gujarat has, and here still they need Samarth, because admission is not the end of university management. And therefore, you will have to build a system where once they take the admission or come out with the list of students who get the admission in a particular university, then it should get onboarded to the Samarth. So to start with, these university can start all other modules of Samarth and take this data of a student from their portal, because if they have a common admission process, they will not be changing it for the sake of implementing Samarth. So I think Samarth will have to build. I don't know what is the UP experience. You take separate admission or it is a common admission?
So this is very, and you said it correctly. I'll just, then I'll...
No, you tell.
So, the state government, HED, has decided to go for the common admission test across the state. And we worked together with the HED and we defined all the policies, but certain parameters was not finalized at the last moment. And just 2 days before the opening of admissions, we have reversed the policies and the individual admissions were made available. And it was a mammoth exercise. Day and night we worked together to revert the system, to give to individual institutions to go ahead on their own. So these were some policy-driven decisions. If the state department they are ready with the policy, then there is absolutely no challenge in giving the common admission.
So maybe we'll work with the individual states.
So we have been constantly working on this issue, but since 100% we were not ready, the institutions, because in Uttar Pradesh we have many rural colleges, remote areas, and many self-finance institutions also. So ultimately, we have to go back 2 days before only we decided.
I think straightway going to colleges might be little
difficult.
Too big.
Yeah, too big.
So to start with, do with the universities in the state. And more so, even in admission in colleges are done by the university. So they are enrolled in the university. The two functions which university does is admission, conduct of exam and publication of the results, even for the colleges. So if we restrict to the university, you capture all the students, even if they are going to the colleges. But all other modules you fix only for the university.
Yes.
So with your permission, sir, in Karnataka we have implemented Unified University College Management System, which is addressing all, starting from admission to the examination, academic and all, including pushing the data to the NAD as well as ABCID. Whereas we are integrated in such that even authentication is also happening and +2 level data is also integrated, and all 3,700 colleges, all students will have the user ID credentials and our employees will have the credentials. Totally 18 lakh students are onboarded. Examination is processed, all pre-examination, during examination, post-examination, digital part and online question paper delivery system, everything is addressing, sir. So that is for your information, sir. Karnataka is doing since 2019-20, sir.
Right, sir. Thank you so much to all the participants, and thank you to all the experts and Vice Chancellor of the coordinating university. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for moderating this session. Now I would like to request you to present memento to Professor Sanjeev Singh, Professor Nilima Gupta, and Dr. Sangeeta Shukla. Thank you so much for your active participation and engagement in day one of the workshop. We hope the 6 sessions of the day have been productive and meaningful in achieving the envisioned objectives. We look forward to your continued enthusiasm and insights as we begin day 2, which promises to build further on today's foundations. And for memento presentation to Lieutenant Commander Retired Vinod Singh, I would like to request to Shreya Bharadwaj ma'am to come on the dais, please. और जैसा कि अपर सचिव उच्च शिक्षा मंत्रालय भारत सरकार श्री सुनील कुमार बर्नवाल सर ने कहा, कल माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का हमें सानिध्य मिलेगा। अतः कल के सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स से मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है टू बी वेरी पंक्चुअल एंड टू बी वेरी पर्टिकुलर फॉर देयर टाइम स्लॉट। सभी शिक्षाविदों और गणमान्य अतिथियों का आज के सत्र में भाग लेने के लिए मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूं। थैंक यू, नमस्कार, जय हिंद।